Predominant. Most powerful, influential, or widely seen. English is the predominant language in global business communication. The predominant culture shaped the country's traditions and social values. The predominant reason for migration is the search for better opportunities. Cornerstone. Essential foundation or basis of something. Education is considered the cornerstone of progress in modern civilization. Ethical practices are the cornerstone of sustainable corporate growth today. The Constitution serves as the cornerstone of democratic governance systems. Daunting. Intimidating, discouraging, or causing fear. Running a marathon can seem daunting without proper training preparation. Public speaking remains a daunting task for many nervous students worldwide. Starting a new business can feel daunting without proper guidance and planning. Colloquial. Informal language used in conversation. Colloquial language varies widely across countries sharing same language. In business settings, colloquial speech can sometimes appear unprofessional. Colloquial speech often includes idioms, slang, and region-specific expressions. Consensus. General agreement reached by a group. The committee reached a consensus after several hours of intense debate. Consensus among nations led to agreements on reducing carbon emissions. Global consensus emerged about reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Autonomy. Right or condition of self-governance. Employees value autonomy because it improves creativity and job satisfaction. The software runs with autonomy, executing commands based on user patterns. Nations often demand autonomy when seeking independence from colonial rule. Ideology. System of ideas guiding beliefs and actions. Religious ideology frequently shapes moral values and societal norms deeply. The revolution was driven by ideology, demanding social and political reform. Ideology often influences how societies frame laws and governance structures. Empirical. Based on observation rather than theory. Empirical findings provide credibility to economic and political predictions. Social scientists analyze empirical data to understand behavioral patterns. Empirical methods distinguish scientific knowledge from personal opinions. Legitimate. Lawful, valid, or justified as acceptable. Legitimate leadership arises from transparency, fairness, and accountability. Legitimate trade agreements benefit both countries involved in negotiation. The university only recognizes degrees from legitimate accredited institutions. Monopoly. Exclusive control over goods or services. Monopoly power can influence political decisions through lobbying and funding. The company's monopoly raised prices and limited consumer choice significantly. Monopoly over resources gave one country economic dominance internationally. Contradiction. A statement opposing another in meaning. His statement contained a clear contradiction, confusing the entire discussion. Religious texts sometimes show apparent contradiction in their interpretations. Scientists resolved the contradiction between old theories and new discoveries. Milestone. Significant stage or achievement in progress. The treaty represented a milestone in international peace and cooperation. Learning to drive independently was a memorable milestone for teenagers. Launching the new project became an important milestone for the company. Resilient. Able to recover quickly from hardship. Strong support networks help individuals remain resilient during hardships. The resilient economy recovered faster than experts had originally predicted. Plants are resilient, often surviving harsh weather conditions without difficulty. Meticulous. Extremely careful and precise about details. Meticulous attention to detail separates good work from truly exceptional. He maintained a meticulous diary, documenting daily events with accuracy. Architects must be meticulous when designing safe and functional buildings. Scrutinize. Examine closely with critical attention. Editors scrutinize manuscripts to maintain publishing standards of high quality. Archaeologists scrutinize ancient artifacts to uncover stories of past civilizations. Lawyers scrutinize contracts thoroughly to protect clients from hidden liabilities. Clandestine. Secretive, concealed, often for deception. The journalist uncovered a clandestine network of illegal activities successfully. Clandestine communications avoid public scrutiny and prevent leaks efficiently. Clandestine operations supplied weapons to resistance fighters during wartime. Recession. A period of economic decline and slowdown. Housing markets typically decline sharply during periods of economic recession. Businesses often downsize during recession to maintain financial stability longer. Job security becomes a significant concern during an economic recession period. Conspiracy. Secret, unlawful plan by multiple people. Conspiracy among officials undermines trust in democratic governance systems. Conspiracy theories spread rapidly through social media and online communities. The novel explores a conspiracy within government intelligence agencies cleverly. Superficial. Concerned with surface, lacking real depth. His argument sounded convincing, but was actually quite superficial overall. Social media encourages superficial comparisons among young individuals. Their friendship was superficial, lacking trust and genuine emotional depth. Tenacious. Persistent, determined, not easily giving up. Tenacious efforts often lead to significant breakthroughs in difficult situations. Tenacious athletes never give up, even during intense competitions constantly. Tenacious students pursued higher education, regardless of financial challenges. Conundrum. Complex or difficult problem without solution. Technology creates new conundrums about privacy and data security regularly. The jury faced a conundrum, deciding conflicting evidence presented during trial. Scientists debated the conundrum surrounding unidentified dark matter in space. Inundate. Overwhelm with excessive things or people. Online platforms inundate users with advertisements based on search history. During monsoon season, small villages inundate with relentless heavy rainfall. Inundated with questions, the professor struggled to maintain classroom order. Volatile. Unstable, likely to change unpredictably. The stock market became volatile after unexpected economic data emerged. Volatile conflicts in border regions often escalate into armed confrontations. The region's volatile climate makes farming difficult and unpredictable yearly. Pervasive. Spread widely throughout an area or group. Corruption remains pervasive in many developing countries despite reforms. Climate change is a pervasive problem, affecting ecosystems across the globe. Technology has a pervasive role in shaping modern educational systems today. Reconcile. Restore friendly relations after the conflict. Artists often reconcile traditional methods with modern artistic expressions. Leaders often reconcile opposing interests to achieve effective policy solutions. After years of conflict, communities reconcile through dialogue and forgiveness. Sagacious. Wise and showing keen good judgment. Sagacious judges evaluate cases with fairness and deep understanding of law. Investors seek sagacious advisors to navigate volatile financial markets wisely. Sagacious leaders prioritize long-term progress over short-term personal gains. Diligent. Careful and persistent in work effort. Diligent preparation ensures athletes perform well during critical competitions. A diligent attitude often distinguishes professionals from careless counterparts. Success often rewards diligent preparation and persistence over natural talent. Impeccable. Flawless, perfect, without any mistakes. Impeccable grammar is essential for academic and professional writing success. The chef's impeccable skills produce dishes admired across the culinary world. Her impeccable manners impressed everyone she met during formal gatherings. Intriguing. Arousing curiosity or strong fascination. The detective discovered an intriguing clue that shifted the entire investigation. The documentary offered intriguing insights into ancient civilizations' daily lives. An intriguing artifact was discovered during archaeological excavations recently. Relentless. Continuing without pause, persistent effort. Relentless advertising campaigns influenced consumer behavior significantly. Relentless pressure from society can negatively impact mental health conditions. The relentless spread of misinformation threatens democracy and social stability. Idiosyncrasy. Unique habit or characteristic of individual. The artist's idiosyncrasy shaped her paintings into recognizable masterpieces. Cultural idiosyncrasy shapes traditions unique to each community worldwide. Idiosyncrasies distinguish individuals, making personalities diverse and unique. Vehement. Showing strong, passionate, or intense emotions. The activist gave a vehement speech against environmental destruction. His vehement denial revealed both fear and determination simultaneously. His vehement arguments convinced the committee to reconsider decisions. Mitigate. Reduce severity, seriousness, or painful impact. Education can mitigate ignorance by spreading knowledge and awareness. Teachers use supportive feedback to mitigate students' performance anxiety. Policies mitigate income inequality through targeted social welfare initiatives. Opaque. Not transparent, difficult to understand clearly. His writing style was opaque, making arguments unnecessarily complicated. Political speeches often use opaque language to obscure controversial issues. Financial reports were opaque, hiding the company's true economic situation. Cryptic. Mysterious, puzzling, difficult to understand. Archaeologists discovered cryptic symbols carved into the ancient temple walls. Dreams often appear cryptic, hiding deeper psychological meanings and insights. Cryptic behavior often signals hidden emotions or unresolved personal conflicts. Jeopardy. Situation of danger, risk, or failure. Deforestation places indigenous communities' livelihoods in jeopardy worldwide. Fisheries are in jeopardy from overexploitation and declining marine biodiversity. Poor health infrastructure places rural communities in jeopardy during outbreaks. Affiliation. Official association with an organization. Religious affiliation shapes cultural traditions, rituals, and communal activities. Affiliation with elite clubs often enhances professional networking opportunities. Affiliation between nations reinforces diplomatic ties and economic cooperation. Persuasive. Convincing, able to influence effectively. Teachers often use persuasive strategies to encourage student engagement. A persuasive essay should clearly present evidence supporting its main thesis. The activist gave a persuasive speech promoting environmental sustainability. Aversion. Strong dislike or unwillingness toward. Cultural aversion sometimes arises between different social or ethnic groups. Childhood experiences sometimes create a lasting aversion to certain activities. Aversion to technology can hinder professional opportunities in modern society. Alleviate. Reduce suffering, pain, or difficult situations. Efforts to alleviate traffic congestion included building new roads and bridges. Painkillers temporarily alleviate discomfort, but do not treat underlying causes. Meditation can help alleviate stress and promote mental well-being effectively. Acerbic. Sharp, harsh, or bitter in tone. His acerbic tone revealed frustration, even when discussing trivial matters. The novel contained acerbic dialogue that sharply criticized social inequality. Acerbic humor entertained audiences while exposing societal contradictions. Anomaly. Irregularity, deviation from expected pattern. Historical anomalies challenge established timelines of ancient civilizations. Geological anomalies often indicate valuable mineral deposits underground. Financial analysts noticed an anomaly in spending patterns over the last month. Articulate. Express clearly and effectively in speech. Teachers help students articulate ideas more confidently in class discussions. His articulate explanation simplified an otherwise complex scientific concept. She learned to articulate her feedback without sounding harsh or judgmental. Stagnation. Lack of growth, progress, or development. Stagnation in sales indicated that marketing strategies required re-evaluation. The economy faced stagnation despite government stimulus efforts recently. Stagnation in negotiations prolonged the conflict between neighboring nations. Delineate. Describe precisely or outline clearly details. The report delineates strategies for improving urban transportation systems. Constitutions delineate powers granted to different branches of government. The map helps delineate boundaries between different neighboring countries. Ephemeral. Lasting for a very short time. Many social media trends are ephemeral, disappearing within a few weeks. The festival celebrated ephemeral pleasures with food, music, and fireworks. Fashion trends are ephemeral, constantly changing with each passing season. Esoteric. Understood by few, highly specialized. Ancient texts contained esoteric symbols understood only by select scholars. Some art movements focus on esoteric techniques, only accessible to experts. Historians study esoteric documents to uncover forgotten cultural knowledge. Sovereign. A ruler or a self-governing entity. After independence, the nation became a sovereign member of the United Nations. A sovereign nation has the authority to govern itself, without external interference. Sovereign countries often resist foreign intervention in domestic conflicts or policies. Poles apart. Completely different in opinions or attitudes. Their personalities are poles apart, yet they manage to maintain a strong friendship. The two countries have poles apart views on environmental policies and regulations. Their approaches to solving the problem are poles apart, leading to heated debates. Fundamental. Essential or forming the foundation. Nutrition is fundamental to a child's mental and physical development from birth. Equality remains a fundamental goal in global human rights initiatives and reforms. Critical thinking is fundamental to academic success and informed decision-making. Culmination. The highest or final point reached. Graduation is the culmination of a student's academic journey and personal growth. His promotion was the culmination of hard work and excellent professional conduct. The project's culmination reflected years of persistent effort and strategic planning. Reminiscent. Reminding of something from the past. The artwork was reminiscent of ancient Greek sculpture and architectural elegance. His stories were reminiscent of childhood adventures shared with friends and family. The festival atmosphere was reminiscent of celebrations described in ancient texts. Overwhelmed. Feeling deeply affected by emotions. Many students feel overwhelmed by the increasing demands of academic life today. The audience was overwhelmed by the speaker's emotional and powerful message. He was overwhelmed with gratitude after receiving unexpected community support. Spontaneous. Happening suddenly without planning. Spontaneous creativity often flourishes in relaxed and pressure-free environments. Spontaneous reactions often reveal individuals' true values and instinctive behavior. His spontaneous response to the crisis prevented further damage to the community. Genuine. Real, authentic, or not fake. The initiative aims to provide genuine opportunities for marginalized communities. A genuine effort from governments is required to reduce carbon emissions globally. Genuine innovation in technology can significantly improve quality of life worldwide. Innovate. To introduce something new and creative. Businesses that innovate successfully attract more customers and increase profits. Countries must innovate to stay competitive in the rapidly changing global economy. Companies that innovate regularly tend to outperform competitors in the long term. Consensus. General agreement among a group of people. Their consensus on the plan allowed for smooth implementation and collaboration. The committee finally reached a consensus after hours of discussion and negotiation. Scientific consensus supports urgent actions to combat the effects of global warming. Arbitrary. Based on personal choice, not reason. The selection process seemed arbitrary and lacked transparency and consistency. Many critics argue that censorship policies are arbitrary and politically motivated. The teachers' arbitrary grading system frustrated students who expected fairness. Cooperate. Work together towards a common goal. International organizations play a vital role in helping nations cooperate peacefully. Companies that cooperate on innovation often lead their industries in development. Countries must cooperate to tackle climate change and ensure global sustainability. Norm. The standard or usual way of doing things. Social norms influence individual behavior and expectations within various cultures. Understanding cultural norms is essential for effective cross-cultural communication. Following societal norms provides individuals with a sense of security and belonging. Priority. Something considered more important than others. Economic stability takes priority over short-term political gains in policy decisions. Individuals often prioritize personal health and well-being over material possessions. Public safety should always be the government's highest policy and funding priority. Feature. A distinct characteristic or aspect of something. Group projects feature prominently in modern collaborative education systems. E-books now feature interactive content to enhance student learning experiences. Urban planning should feature public spaces that encourage community interaction. Heinous. Shockingly wicked, evil, or cruel. The terrorist committed a heinous attack against innocent civilians in broad daylight. Some dictators committed heinous atrocities during times of war and political unrest. Heinous behavior by officials damages public trust and weakens institutional integrity. Scheme. A systematic plan or arrangement. The company devised a scheme to boost employee engagement and satisfaction. A pension scheme was introduced to ensure financial security for retired workers. A well-structured scheme can improve productivity and efficiency in organizations. Vertical. Upright, going from top to bottom. Vertical cliffs along the coastline attract adventurous climbers and geologists alike. Vertical farming offers a sustainable solution for urban food production challenges. Engineers assessed the vertical stability of the newly constructed suspension bridge. Acoustic. Related to sound or hearing. Acoustic insulation reduces noise pollution in densely populated residential areas. Engineers tested the room's acoustic properties before installing the sound system. Musicians prefer acoustic instruments for their authentic and natural sound quality. Dogma. Strongly held belief or principle. Educational reform must move beyond rigid dogma to encourage critical thinking. Societal advancement depends on breaking free from limiting ideological dogma. Adhering to dogma without question can limit personal growth and understanding. Incline. Slant or have a tendency toward something. Her inclination to help others motivates her to volunteer regularly at local charities. Urban populations incline to use public transport when infrastructure is convenient. Individuals with creative minds incline toward artistic or design-based professions. Prohibit. Forbid or prevent something by law or rule. Most universities prohibit plagiarism to maintain academic integrity and originality. Many countries prohibit smoking in public areas to protect non-smokers from harm. Some religions prohibit consumption of specific foods for ethical or spiritual reasons. Fluctuate. Change frequently between different levels or amounts. Temperatures can fluctuate drastically during the transition from winter to spring. Oil prices frequently fluctuate based on global demand and geopolitical tensions. Employment rates can fluctuate during economic recessions and recovery periods. Investigate. Examine thoroughly to uncover facts or truth. It is essential to investigate new technologies before implementing them in schools. Authorities should investigate environmental damage caused by industrial activities. Students are encouraged to investigate historical events from multiple perspectives. Pollinate. Transfer pollen to enable plant reproduction. Many plants rely on insects to pollinate their flowers for successful reproduction. Without pollination, many plants would struggle to reproduce and produce fruits. Urban gardening initiatives can support species that naturally pollinate native plants. Impede. Slow down or obstruct movement or progress. Factors such as lack of resources can impede educational advancement for students. Fear of failure can impede personal growth and prevent individuals from taking risks. Language barriers often impede effective communication in multicultural workplaces. Pretend. Act falsely to deceive or entertain others. Actors pretend to be characters, showing emotions convincingly on stage or screen. Pretending to agree with others can cause misunderstandings and future conflicts. Parents sometimes pretend everything is fine to protect their children from worries. Shrink. Become smaller in size or importance. Urban sprawl can shrink agricultural land, affecting food production and security. New technologies help shrink distances by enabling instant global communication. Over time, glaciers continue to shrink due to rising global temperatures significantly. Survey. Examine or collect information systematically. Conducting a survey helps researchers gather valuable data on consumer behavior. The organization used a survey to evaluate employee satisfaction and morale levels. Researchers use surveys to gather data on health trends across different populations. Aspiration. A desire to achieve something important. Aspiration without action may lead to unfulfilled dreams and missed opportunities. Many young people have the aspiration to contribute positively to society's future. Her aspiration to become a doctor motivated years of dedicated study and practice. Correlate. Have a connection or link between things. Researchers correlate air pollution exposure with increased respiratory disease risk. Economic growth tends to correlate positively with improvements in education levels. The study aims to correlate physical activity with mental health outcomes significantly. Embody. Represent or express an idea in physical form. The leader's actions embody the values of integrity and commitment to excellence. The character in the film embodies resilience in the face of overwhelming challenges. Good leadership should embody honesty, empathy, and strong communication skills. Suspend. Temporarily stop something from continuing. Participants must suspend their disbelief to fully enjoy the performance experience. The government decided to suspend public transportation during the severe storm. Schools may suspend students temporarily for violating important disciplinary rules. Exhilarate. Make someone feel very excited or happy. Winning the championship game exhilarated the team after months of hard training. Engaging in outdoor activities can exhilarate the mind and improve overall well-being. Traveling to new countries exhilarates explorers with diverse cultures and experiences. Faction. A small, dissenting group within a larger group. Rival factions in the company competed fiercely for control of leadership positions. Political factions often disagree on key issues, causing instability within governments. Factions within the party debated intensely over proposed economic reform policies. Isolate. Separate something from others completely. To achieve accurate results, researchers must isolate variables in their experiments. Scientists isolate variables carefully to determine their specific effects in experiments. Governments may isolate political dissidents to control opposition and maintain order. Prudence. Wise decision-making with good judgment. Parents teach prudence to children to make wise choices in challenging situations. Financial prudence is essential for individuals to avoid debt and economic instability. Exercise prudence when investing in volatile or highly speculative financial markets. Fragment. A small, broken part of something larger. The broken glass scattered into fragments after the window was forcefully shattered. Memories may fragment over time, making it difficult to recall complete past events. Digital files can fragment, slowing down computer performance and data access speed. Judicial. Related to courts, law, and legal decisions. Judicial reforms are necessary to ensure fair treatment and access to justice for all. Judicial activism can lead to significant changes in interpreting constitutional rights. Judicial reforms often aim to increase efficiency and reduce corruption within courts. Fraud. Deception intended for financial or personal gain. Financial fraud can have devastating effects on individuals and businesses similarly. The government imposed stricter penalties to combat rising corporate fraud cases. Online fraud has significantly increased due to inadequate cybersecurity measures. Inferior. Lower in quality, rank, or importance. This brand is cheaper but significantly inferior in quality and performance overall. Inferior working conditions often lead to low morale and high employee turnover. Inferior healthcare services affect the overall well-being of low-income communities. Orbit. The curved path around a planet or star. The telescope was launched into orbit for astronomical research and observation. Earth's orbit around the Sun influences seasonal and climatic patterns significantly. Technological advancements have improved our understanding of orbital mechanics. Refute. Prove something to be false or incorrect. The lawyer worked diligently to refute allegations against his client during the trial. The article aimed to refute common myths related to nutrition and healthy eating. Scholars continuously refute unsupported hypotheses in the academic community. Orientate. Familiarize with surroundings or situations. New employees must orientate themselves to company culture and expectations. The program helps students orientate quickly to university life and responsibilities. Orientation programs aim to help immigrants orientate to local customs effectively. Amphibian. A cold-blooded animal living on land and water. Frogs and salamanders are common examples of amphibians in wetland habitats. Amphibians are often used in research to study environmental and genetic changes. Amphibians have permeable skin, making them highly susceptible to water pollution. Comprehend. Understand something fully and clearly. Teachers use visual aids to help students comprehend complex biological processes. It's important to fully comprehend legal agreements before signing any documents. Without background knowledge, readers may fail to comprehend technical material. Species. A group of living organisms with shared features. Protecting endangered species is a global priority for environmental conservation. The study of species diversity enhances our understanding of evolutionary processes. Conservation programs aim to preserve species diversity through protected reserves. Anatomy. The structure of a living organism's body. A strong grasp of human anatomy is essential for aspiring medical professionals. Anatomy classes require precision and deep observation of physical body structures. The anatomy of mammals shares many similarities due to evolutionary development. Compulsory. Required by law, rule, or obligation. Compulsory testing for diseases can prevent outbreaks in vulnerable communities. Some argue compulsory voting increases civic participation and political awareness. Some subjects like mathematics and science are compulsory in most school curricula. Hibernation. A deep sleep-like state during cold months. During hibernation, an animal's heart rate and metabolism significantly slow down. Bears are among the most well-known mammals that undergo hibernation annually. Understanding hibernation may help astronauts endure long-duration space missions. Astronomy. The study of stars, planets, and space. Astronomy helps us understand celestial bodies and the structure of the universe. He developed a passion for astronomy after observing planets through a telescope. Modern astronomy relies heavily on satellite technology and computer simulations. Adjacent. Next to or adjoining something else. Adjacent regions were affected equally by the severe drought and food shortages. Adjacent classrooms were disturbed by the loud construction noises from outside. The adjacent roads were closed due to ongoing construction and maintenance work. Comprise. Consist of or be made up of. The final exam will comprise written, oral, and practical assessment components. The research findings comprise data from over 50 countries and multiple studies. The population comprises various ethnic groups with distinct cultural backgrounds. Episode. A distinct event or part of a series. The recent episode of drought caused widespread crop failure and food shortages. This medical episode revealed underlying health conditions previously undetected. One tragic episode prompted reforms in school safety protocols across the country. Confer. Discuss or grant a benefit, title, or honor. The university will confer honorary degrees on 3 distinguished researchers. Governments often confer with experts before enacting complex policy changes. Universities confer degrees to recognize academic achievements of their students. Cycle. A repeated sequence of events or actions. Seasonal changes influence the agricultural cycle in many developing rural regions. Water goes through a natural cycle of evaporation, condensation, and precipitation. The cycle of life includes birth, growth, reproduction, and eventual decline or death. Adolescent. A person transitioning from childhood to adulthood. Programs focused on adolescents can promote healthy lifestyle choices and habits. Adolescent behavior is heavily influenced by peer pressure and social media trends. Many adolescent issues stem from a lack of parental guidance and emotional support. Antibiotic. A medicine that kills harmful bacteria. Antibiotic treatment must be carefully prescribed to avoid unnecessary side effects. Understanding antibiotics helps patients follow their prescriptions more responsibly. Public awareness campaigns promote the responsible use of antibiotics in healthcare. Convincing. Persuasive and able to influence belief. Her convincing speech swayed many undecided voters during the local election. Her arguments were so convincing that the panel approved her research proposal. A convincing explanation must be backed by logical and relevant supporting details. Entitlement. A right or privilege granted by law. Many believe that social media has fostered a sense of entitlement among youth. Entitlement to healthcare should be considered a basic human right by all nations. Some critics argue that entitlement programs increase dependence on state support. Ritual. A formal ceremony or repetitive practice. Breaking a ritual can cause emotional distress in people with obsessive tendencies. Cultural rituals play an essential role in preserving traditions and community bonds. Ritual practices vary widely across cultures and often carry deep symbolic meanings. Attribute: a quality or characteristic of something. Many attribute his academic success to disciplined study habits and mentorship. Creativity is a valuable attribute in both academic and professional environments. Many experts attribute climate change to human activities and industrial pollution. Degenerate: declining in quality, morality, or function. Prolonged economic crises can cause social institutions to degenerate over time. Neglected neighborhoods often degenerate into crime-ridden and unsafe areas. Relationships can degenerate when communication breaks down and trust erodes. Ethics: moral principles governing a person's behavior. Understanding ethics is essential for navigating complex societal issues effectively. Ethics in journalism ensures responsible and unbiased reporting of sensitive events. Corporate ethics determine how companies treat employees and consumers alike. Strenuous: requiring great effort, energy, or strength. The strenuous hike tested our endurance and determination throughout the journey. Hiking the mountain was a strenuous challenge, testing our endurance and strength. Successful athletes undergo strenuous training routines to enhance their performance. Succumbed: gave into pressure, force, or illness. Several species have succumbed to habitat destruction caused by human activities. Many individuals succumb to the allure of quick riches, ignoring the risks involved. The village succumbed to the drought, leading to severe water shortages and famine. Breadwinner: the primary financial provider in family. Societies should value the contribution of every breadwinner regardless of gender. Losing the breadwinner can have devastating effects on a family's financial stability. Traditional roles assign breadwinner status primarily to male household members. Specify: to state something clearly and precisely. The contract must specify the duties and responsibilities of each party involved. The teacher asked students to specify their topics for the research paper by Friday. The instructions specify the exact amount of materials required for the experiment. Theory. A well-supported explanation of phenomena. Many researchers are developing new theories to explain complex phenomena. Learning theory suggests that motivation plays a key role in student achievement. Scientific theories must be tested and validated through rigorous experimentation. Amalgamate. To merge or combine into one entity. The committee will amalgamate all suggestions before presenting a final proposal. When businesses amalgamate, they combine assets, staff, and strategies for growth. The school plans to amalgamate several departments to improve resource efficiency. Minute. Extremely small or very detailed. The minute details of the experiment were recorded carefully to ensure accuracy. Such minute differences often distinguish professional work from amateur efforts. Understanding the minute details of the case can provide a more accurate judgment. Frustrate. To cause annoyance or disappointment. Lack of funding can frustrate researchers eager to pursue promising scientific studies. Traffic congestion frustrates commuters and increases stress during rush hours daily. Students feel frustrated when their efforts do not lead to expected academic success. Reign. The rule or authority of a monarch. The reign of the monarch lasted for over 50 years, shaping the nation's history. A long reign of peace helped foster economic growth and international cooperation. The sudden end of the emperor's reign caused chaos throughout the entire empire. Spectrum. A range of related things or ideas. Opinions on climate change exist across a wide spectrum of beliefs and attitudes. Artists often explore a spectrum of colors to convey different emotions in their work. The visible light spectrum includes all colors that human eyes can perceive naturally. Manipulate. To control something skillfully or unfairly. Media outlets can manipulate public opinion by controlling the narrative and tone. Advanced technology can manipulate data to create misleading or biased outcomes. It is unethical to manipulate scientific results to support a specific hypothesis falsely. Cross-examination. Questioning a witness in court critically. Cross-examination helps to ensure the accuracy and reliability of evidence in court. The lawyer's cross-examination revealed inconsistencies in the witness's testimony. The judge advised the jury to consider the impact of cross-examination on evidence. Epidemic. A widespread occurrence of infectious disease. The economic impact of an epidemic can be devastating for affected communities. The sudden epidemic forced schools and businesses to close temporarily for safety. Public education campaigns help reduce infection rates during an epidemic outbreak. Confront. To face a challenge or opposition directly. Many students find it difficult to confront their fears of public speaking confidently. It is essential to confront challenges head-on to achieve personal growth and success. Scientists confront ethical dilemmas when testing on animals for research purposes. Degrade. To lower in quality or value. Fast fashion trends degrade both the environment and labor standards worldwide. Noise pollution may degrade people's mental well-being in densely populated cities. Excessive industrial waste continues to degrade the quality of nearby water sources. Bestow. To give as an honor or gift. Democracy bestows citizens with the right to participate in national governance. Education bestows individuals with the tools needed for informed decision-making. The Foundation seeks to bestow grants to innovative research projects in education. Reluctant. Hesitant or unwilling to do something. Older generations are often reluctant to adopt rapidly evolving digital technologies. Parents may be reluctant to vaccinate children without reliable medical information. Employers are reluctant to change traditional methods, despite proven inefficiency. Allegory. A story with a hidden meaning or moral lesson. Allegory serves as a powerful tool to communicate abstract concepts in literature. Writers use allegory to address important issues while engaging readers creatively. Allegories have been used throughout history to to reflect societal and political issues. Amateur. Someone engaged in a hobby, not professionally. Despite being an amateur, his painting displayed remarkable artistic depth and skill. His amateur photography skills improved significantly after taking an online course. Many amateur writers struggle with grammar, but excel in storytelling and creativity. Chronology. Arrangement of events in sequential order. The novel's plot was presented in a non-linear chronology, adding to its intrigue. Understanding the chronology of historical events is essential for accurate analysis. The historian reconstructed the chronology of ancient civilizations through artifacts. Instead of, in place of, or as an alternative. The students should consider using books instead of relying solely on the internet. Instead of reacting emotionally, he carefully analyzed the situation before responding. Instead of increasing taxes, governments should manage public funds more efficiently. Pedagogy. The art or method of teaching. Pedagogy should focus on fostering creativity and independent thinking in students. Pedagogy plays a crucial role in shaping students' intellectual and social development. Although traditional pedagogy has its merits, it often fails to address individual needs. Monopoly. Complete control over a product or service. The company's monopoly on the market has stifled competition and innovation. A monopoly in any industry may eventually reduce consumer choices significantly. The monopoly of resources by a few companies discourages innovation significantly. Logistics. Planning and managing flow of goods. Urban logistics systems must adapt to increasing demands for same-day deliveries. Efficient logistics systems are vital for international trade and economic expansion. Logistics companies are increasingly adopting green strategies to reduce emissions. Supernatural. Beyond the laws of nature, extraordinary. The portrayal of the supernatural in media often evokes both wonder and fear. Therefore, the supernatural remains a compelling topic for literature and cinema. Despite advances in science, the idea of supernatural powers still fascinates people. Aesthetic. Concerned with beauty and artistic expression. The building's aesthetic appeal attracts many visitors and architecture enthusiasts. The gallery displayed paintings with exceptional aesthetic and historical significance. Minimalist design emphasizes simplicity and aesthetic balance in interior decoration. Although used to introduce a contrasting statement. Although stricter laws exist, deforestation continues to threaten global biodiversity. Although technology has advanced, many rural areas still lack reliable internet access. Although poverty rates are declining, inequality continues to affect many communities. Leverage. Using influence or resources for advantage. Companies leverage big data analytics to predict consumer preferences accurately. By building partnerships, small firms can leverage resources to compete effectively. Startups leverage innovation to disrupt traditional industries and gain market share. Hierarchy. A system ranking people or groups. A company's hierarchy must adapt quickly to meet global competition demands. The hierarchy within political systems often determines how power is distributed. A flexible hierarchy allows workers to participate more actively in decision-making. Benchmark. A standard for measuring or comparing performance. The company used last year's sales figures as a benchmark for future projections. Benchmarking against competitors helps businesses improve their market strategies. Researchers use historical data as a benchmark for evaluating climate change effects. Jeopardize. To put something at risk or danger. Ignoring safety regulations could jeopardize the health and well-being of workers. The new policy might jeopardize the rights of workers in the manufacturing industry. The company's financial decisions might jeopardize its long-term stability and growth. Exacerbate. To make a problem or situation worse. His careless remarks only serve to exacerbate the tensions between the two groups. Overpopulation can exacerbate environmental degradation and strain public resources. Economic inequality continues to exacerbate social tensions in many parts of the world. Recession. A significant decline in economic activity. Consumer confidence significantly declines when a country enters a recession. A severe recession often prompts governments to introduce stimulus packages. During a recession, unemployment rates typically rise, affecting economic stability. Royalties. Payments made for use of property. Many musicians struggle to earn a living from royalties alone in today's market. Authors earn royalties from book sales, providing them with continuous income. Royalties from intellectual property rights incentivize artists to create original work. Hypothesis. A proposed explanation based on limited evidence. Scientists are exploring the hypothesis that diet influences mental health outcomes. In scientific research, a hypothesis must be testable and based on prior observations. To test the hypothesis, scientists conducted extensive fieldwork in various ecosystems. In contrast, differing in a significant way or manner. The northern region experiences harsh winters. In contrast, the south remains warm. The economy is booming. In contrast, unemployment rates remain high in rural areas. Unearth. To discover or bring to light something hidden. Archaeologists strive to unearth ancient artifacts that reveal historical civilizations. Recent excavations have unearthed valuable information about prehistoric cultures. Through careful analysis, historians hope to unearth the true causes of ancient wars. Despite. Without being affected by, in defiance of. Despite being a small company, it has made significant contributions to the industry. Many students graduate with debt, despite receiving financial aid during their studies. Despite the economic downturn, the company reported impressive quarterly earnings. Procedure. A specific series of actions or steps. The visa application procedure can be complex and time-consuming for travelers. Training employees thoroughly on procedure minimizes costly operational errors. Following the correct procedure is vital for maintaining workplace safety standards. Automation. Use of machines to perform tasks. Governments should prepare workers for the inevitable effects of automation. Through automation, companies can deliver products faster and more efficiently. Some argue that automation is responsible for rising unemployment rates globally. Withstand. To resist or hold up against something. Farmers must withstand droughts and unpredictable weather conditions each year. Only the strongest materials can withstand the harshest environmental conditions. This material is designed to withstand extreme temperatures without deteriorating. In comparison, when looking at two or more items together, this year's economic growth, in comparison, is higher than the previous decade. European cities, in comparison, have more efficient public transportation systems. In comparison, the students who attended extra classes performed better in exams. Censorship. Suppression of information, ideas, or speech. Censorship policies should strike a balance between security and individual rights. Educational institutions sometimes practice censorship to protect young audiences. Excessive censorship can hinder access to crucial educational and political resources. Quantum. Discrete quantity of energy or matter. A quantum leap in technology can transform the entire landscape of healthcare. There is a quantum difference between traditional and modern teaching methods. Scientists believe quantum theories can reshape our understanding of the universe. Bureaucracy. A system of administration of excessive regulations. The country's bureaucracy is often criticized for being too complicated and slow. Despite its efficiency, bureaucracy often frustrates citizens due to slow procedures. Bureaucracy in governmental institutions often results in complex rules and red tape. Coincidence. A notable occurrence of events happening together. It is no coincidence that successful students maintain a consistent study schedule. A coincidence of circumstances led to the unexpected discovery of the manuscript. The coincidence of their birthdays made them feel deeply connected to each other. Blockchain. Secure digital ledger for transactions recording. Companies leverage blockchain technology to ensure the authenticity of products. Blockchain systems create decentralized networks, enhancing user privacy and trust. Blockchain innovations have transformed how digital currencies like Bitcoin operate. Holography. Three-dimensional photographic images. Holography enables the creation of realistic 3D models without physical materials. Art exhibitions increasingly use holography to create immersive visitor experiences. Holography enables better visualization of complex biological structures in research. therefore. For that reason, as a consequence, thus. The research was flawed, therefore, its conclusions cannot be considered reliable. Pollution levels are rising, therefore, stricter environmental laws must be enforced. The company faced financial losses, therefore, restructuring was deemed necessary. Bigot. A person who is intolerant of differing opinions. He was labeled a bigot after expressing offensive opinions about minority groups. Education can help transform a bigot into a more tolerant and open-minded person. Discriminatory policies often stem from bigot leaders who resist cultural integration. Neurology. Study of nervous system and disorders. Neurology focuses on diagnosing and treating disorders of the nervous system. Mental health treatments often require collaboration with specialists in neurology. The study of neurology is critical for developing effective therapies for Alzheimer's. Ethnicity. Social group sharing common cultural traits. Ethnicity often influences an individual's worldview, customs, and daily practices. Healthcare outcomes can vary significantly based on ethnicity and access disparities. Understanding ethnicity is crucial for promoting global harmony and mutual respect. Pseudonym. A fictitious name used by an author. Many writers adopt a pseudonym to separate their personal and professional lives. The novel was published under a pseudonym, making the author's identity unclear. Some celebrities use a pseudonym to shield their personal lives from public scrutiny. Decipher. To interpret or make sense of something obscure. Archaeologists aim to decipher old texts to gain insights into ancient civilizations. Historians work to decipher ancient manuscripts to understand past civilizations. Without context, it is difficult to decipher the meaning of ambiguous statements. Likewise. In the same manner, similarly, also. His approach to the issue was practical, likewise, others adopted similar methods. The new system is more efficient, likewise, it reduces operational costs significantly. He completed his project on time, likewise, his colleague finished ahead of schedule. Integration. Combining parts into a unified whole. Integration of renewable energy sources is essential for sustainable development. The integration of various platforms has simplified business operations worldwide. Cultural integration within a diverse society fosters unity and shared understanding. Homogeneity. Being uniform or similar in nature. The homogeneity of the population in rural areas affects economic development. Globalization has led to greater homogeneity across different cultures worldwide. Homogeneity in the workplace can reduce the diversity of ideas and perspectives. Alternatively, presenting another option or choice. Alternatively, we could meet at a different location if the current one doesn't work. Alternatively, you might want to cook dinner yourself rather than ordering takeout. You can attend the evening class. Alternatively, you could join the weekend sessions. Fastidious. Very attentive to detail, hard to please. Fastidious reviewing of data can prevent errors from being overlooked in research. The fastidious process required careful attention to detail and meticulous planning. Fastidious work habits often lead to high-quality results, but can be time-consuming. Stereotype. Oversimplified idea about a group. We should challenge the stereotype that women are less competent leaders. Media often reinforces the stereotype of wealth being synonymous with success. The stereotype of introverts being shy overlooks their valuable leadership qualities. Tolerance. Acceptance of differences among individuals. In a globalized world, tolerance is necessary for coexistence and mutual respect. Tolerance towards different religions can foster greater unity among communities. Lack of tolerance often leads to social unrest and discrimination against minorities. Pagan. Holding religious beliefs outside major religions. Pagan rituals often involved offerings to gods associated with nature and fertility. Many pagan beliefs focus on the worship of natural elements and celestial bodies. Pagan symbols often held deep spiritual meaning for the cultures that used them. Malcontent. A person dissatisfied with the existing state. Malcontent workers frequently seek new jobs in hopes of improving their situation. A malcontent group of citizens staged protests against the government's new tax law. Malcontent individuals often resist authority and challenge societal norms for change. Diaspora. Dispersion of people from homeland. Economic opportunities in the diaspora have a strong impact on migration trends. Diaspora populations often retain strong cultural ties with their countries of origin. The diaspora fosters diverse cultural perspectives that enrich the societies they join. Apprehensive. Anxious or fearful about something expected. Many students feel apprehensive about speaking in front of a large audience. The public was apprehensive about the environmental impacts of industrialization. Environmentalists are apprehensive about the long-term effects of climate change. Namely, specifically, to be precise, that is, they faced significant challenges, namely a shortage of skilled labor and resources. The museum houses valuable artifacts, namely ancient manuscripts and sculptures. Two major challenges, namely climate change and poverty, require global attention. Cognitive. Relating to mental processes like thinking. Cognitive development plays a crucial role in a child's ability to solve problems. Engaging in puzzles and games stimulates cognitive functions and improves memory. Cognitive biases can influence the way individuals perceive and interpret information. Reluctant. Unwilling or hesitant to act. She was reluctant to accept the promotion because of the added responsibilities. Reluctant consumers often hesitate to purchase products that seem too expensive. The reluctant response from officials slowed the recovery process after the disaster. Rationalize. Justify actions with plausible reasons. People rationalize their actions to align with their personal values and beliefs. Some individuals rationalize poor decisions by blaming external circumstances. Businesses rationalize outsourcing as a cost-saving strategy for greater efficiency. Exacerbate. To make a problem or situation worse. The rise in unemployment may exacerbate social tensions and economic instability. Rising inequality will exacerbate social tensions and create further divides in society. Climate change could exacerbate the severity of natural disasters in vulnerable areas. Dysfunctional. Not operating normally or properly, impaired. Dysfunctional relationships often lack communication, trust, and mutual respect. A dysfunctional family environment often leads to emotional instability in children. The team's dysfunctional behavior caused delays in completing the project on time. Perpetual. Continuing endlessly without interruption. The perpetual demand for fossil fuels harms efforts to combat climate change. The company's perpetual focus on profits often neglects employee well-being. The perpetual noise in urban areas can negatively affect residents' mental health. Intermittent. Occurring at irregular intervals, sporadic. Intermittent testing is crucial for ensuring the quality of software development. The intermittent supply of resources can cause significant delays in construction. The train service is intermittent, making commuting unpredictable for passengers. Archipelago. A group of islands clustered together. The Philippines is an archipelago consisting of over 7,000 islands across the sea. The volcanic archipelago provides essential data on tectonic activity in the region. The inhabitants of the archipelago have developed a distinct culture over centuries. Equally. To the same degree, in the same manner. The benefits of exercise are equally important for both mental and physical health. Both sides in the debate equally presented valid points that deserve consideration. Both candidates equally deserve recognition for their contributions to the community. Commence. To begin or start something. The construction of the new building will commence after the permits are granted. The study will commence with a detailed analysis of existing literature on the topic. The trial is scheduled to commence in 2 weeks, with opening statements expected. Navigation. Finding a path or direction accurately. Navigation systems have become essential tools for drivers and explorers alike. Successful navigation through complex legal systems requires expert knowledge. The development of GPS has improved the accuracy of global navigation systems. Circumlocution. The use of many words to express an idea. Writers often use circumlocution to avoid controversial or sensitive topics in essays. His circumlocution made the discussion lengthy, without adding any substantial value. Circumlocution is often used in diplomacy to avoid controversial or direct statements. Excursion. A short journey or trip for leisure. The excursion was both educational and enjoyable, offering a break from routine. They went on an excursion, learning about ancient artifacts and their significance. An excursion to a museum allows students to appreciate history in a hands-on way. Kinship. Blood relationship or close connection. Family businesses often thrive due to strong kinship and trust among members. Strong kinship connections can lead to a sense of belonging and social solidarity. A strong sense of kinship helps foster unity and cooperation within a community. Bilingual. Fluent in 2 different languages. Bilingual individuals often have an advantage in global job markets and diplomacy. Bilingual individuals often have better cognitive abilities and problem-solving skills. Many employers value bilingual candidates for their ability to work internationally. Distinction. A difference or contrast between things. There is a clear distinction between formal and informal communication styles. The student received a distinction for achieving outstanding results in the exam. There is no distinction between these 2 theories in terms of their effectiveness. Recycling. The process of converting waste into reusable material. Recycling reduces the amount of waste, contributing to a healthier environment. Proper recycling practices can minimize the harmful effects of landfills on nature. Recycling plays a crucial role in reducing waste and conserving natural resources. Materialize. To become actual or real, to appear. Despite the initial excitement, the proposed plans did not materialize as expected. The new technology did not materialize as quickly as the company had anticipated. The city's ambitious redevelopment project is set to materialize in the next decade. Arbitration. Settling disputes by neutral third party. Arbitration is often preferred as a quicker, less costly dispute resolution method. Arbitration ensures that disputes are resolved impartially and in a timely manner. Effective arbitration requires impartiality and a deep understanding of legal issues. Incarceration. Imprisonment or confinement in jail. Incarceration rates have increased dramatically in many countries in recent years. Many argue that incarceration does not effectively rehabilitate criminal offenders. Incarceration should focus more on rehabilitation than on punitive measures alone. As long as on the condition that, provided that the team can proceed with the project, as long as they secure sufficient funding. As long as you follow the guidelines, your application will be considered for review. People can live comfortably in cities, as long as the infrastructure is well developed. Fortunate. Having good luck, lucky, favored by fortune. They were fortunate to be selected for the international research project this year. We were fortunate enough to experience the beauty of nature during our vacation. The company was fortunate to have such a dedicated and skilled team of employees. Epilogue. A concluding section of a literary work. The film concluded with an epilogue that showed the long-term effects of the event. Many readers find the epilogue of the book essential for closure and understanding. The epilogue of a novel often provides closure and reflections on the story's theme. Indictment. Formal accusation initiating criminal charges. The indictment of the corporate executive led to widespread media attention. Following the indictment, the defendant's legal team prepared a robust defense. An indictment can significantly impact a defendant's reputation and public image. Resilient. Able to recover quickly from difficulties. A resilient economy can weather financial crises with minimal long-term damage. The resilient nature of some species ensures their survival in harsh environments. Resilient individuals tend to recover quickly from personal or professional setbacks. Gregarious. Fond of company, sociable and outgoing. Gregarious people typically thrive in social environments and enjoy group activities. The gregarious nature of the students facilitated better teamwork and cooperation. In the workplace, gregarious employees tend to build strong professional networks. Imminent. About to happen, impending, forthcoming. The imminent threat of climate change requires urgent action from global leaders. It was clear that an economic recession was imminent due to rising inflation rates. The forecast predicts that a major storm is imminent with heavy rain expected soon. Eco-friendly. Not harmful to the environment or nature. Eco-friendly initiatives in urban planning contribute to healthier living environments. Eco-friendly transportation options, like bicycles, help reduce pollution in busy cities. The rise of eco-friendly products has contributed to reducing plastic waste in oceans. Obsolete. No longer in use or outdated. Many traditional teaching methods have become obsolete in today's digital age. The rapid evolution of technology renders certain professions obsolete over time. Handwritten letters have become largely obsolete in the digital communication era. Carnivorous. Feeding mainly on the flesh of animals. Carnivorous animals like lions and tigers play a vital role in maintaining ecosystems. Some carnivorous plants have evolved complex mechanisms to trap and digest prey. Carnivorous animals have specialized teeth for tearing and chewing meat efficiently. Herbivorous. Feeding mainly on plants and vegetation. Herbivorous fish help maintain the balance of aquatic ecosystems by eating plants. Some herbivorous species, like giraffes, consume large amounts of vegetation daily. Herbivorous mammals typically have digestive systems specialized for plant material. Altruistic. Selflessly concerned for others' well-being. Altruistic actions contribute to building trust and cooperation within communities. Altruistic individuals are more likely to engage in acts of kindness and compassion. Altruistic behavior has been shown to improve emotional well-being and happiness. Sovereignty. Supreme power or authority over territory. The preservation of sovereignty is central to the political stability of any country. The loss of sovereignty can have significant consequences for a nation's autonomy. Sovereignty and territorial integrity are fundamental principles in international law. Coalition. Alliance formed for combined action. The coalition of environmental groups pushed for stronger climate regulations. The coalition of environmental groups pushed for stricter pollution regulations. The coalition of countries worked together to combat the growing refugee crisis. Unleash. To release or set something free forcefully. The decision to unleash more funds for research has boosted scientific progress. The protest unleashed public outrage over the controversial government decision. Unleashing innovation in energy production can help reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Aggravate. To worsen or intensify a situation. Ignoring environmental issues will only aggravate the current global climate crisis. Political instability aggravates economic uncertainty, deterring foreign investments. Rising tensions between countries could aggravate the current geopolitical instability. Plagiarism. Copying someone's work without giving credit. Plagiarism is considered a serious offense in the world of journalism and academia. Plagiarism undermines the originality and credibility of scholarly work and research. Preventing plagiarism involves educating students about proper citation techniques. Cannibal. A being that eats its own species. Anthropologists study ancient rituals, some of which involve cannibalistic practices. In certain isolated tribes, cannibalism was practiced as part of ritualistic ceremonies. The tribe's practices included cannibalism, which was later abolished by missionaries. Economical. Avoiding waste, cost-effective and efficient. They opted for an economical vacation, staying at affordable accommodations. The company found an economical way to reduce waste in its production process. Economical spending habits are crucial for maintaining financial stability over time. Heresy. A belief contrary to established religious doctrines. He was accused of heresy for questioning the long-established religious teachings. Heresy against the government's policies was punishable under the country's laws. The scientists' revolutionary theories were seen as heresy by the scientific community. Obliteration. Complete destruction or elimination of something. The obliteration of handwritten records has been replaced by digital documentation. Obliteration of biodiversity threatens ecological balance and long-term human survival. Historical records prevent the total obliteration of certain ancient civilizations' histories. Ratification. Formal approval of an agreement. The agreement was signed, but its ratification awaits parliamentary approval. The ratification process was delayed due to disagreements over specific terms. Public opinion often influences the ratification of important political decisions. Mainstream. Ideas accepted by majority of people. The rise of digital platforms has brought alternative music into the mainstream. The mainstream media often fails to provide accurate and unbiased information. Mainstream education systems may not always address the needs of all students. Extortion. Obtaining something through force or threats. The police launched an investigation into the extortion ring operating in the city. Extortion often involves threats of violence or exposure to achieve financial gain. Victims of extortion often feel helpless, fearing retaliation if they report the crime. Sojourn. A temporary stay or visit somewhere. Her brief sojourn in Paris was an unforgettable experience, full of new discoveries. A sojourn in a different country can provide valuable insights into global perspectives. The professor's sojourn in Africa helped enhance his research on wildlife conservation. Protocol. Official rules governing procedures or conduct. The medical protocol requires strict hygiene practices to prevent infection spread. Before starting, employees must familiarize themselves with the company's protocol. In diplomacy, following protocol ensures that meetings and discussions run smoothly. Renegade. A person who betrays or abandons allegiance. The renegade soldier disobeyed orders and caused chaos within the military ranks. The renegade explorer ventured into uncharted territories, defying all expectations. Renegade behavior can sometimes lead to innovation, but also create societal conflict. Stoicism. Enduring pain or hardship without complaint. Through Stoicism, one can achieve mental fortitude in the face of life's challenges. Stoicism advocates for focusing on internal peace rather than external circumstances. The principles of Stoicism are evident in the lives of many historical figures and leaders. Evolve. To develop gradually over time. Species evolve over time to adapt to changes in their environment and conditions. The company has evolved its business model to meet the demands of the digital age. Social attitudes toward gender roles have evolved significantly over the past century. Mnemonics. Techniques to aid in memory retention. Using mnemonics, I could easily recall the list of historical events for my exam. Many students rely on mnemonics to help with memorizing mathematical formulas. Visual mnemonics often make information easier to recall during stressful situations. Incidentally. Happening by chance or as a side note. Incidentally, I came across some interesting articles while researching for the project. Incidentally, the results varied greatly depending on the region's economic conditions. Incidentally, the majority of participants expressed satisfaction with the new program. Mitigate. To reduce the severity or impact. Governments should implement policies to mitigate the effects of climate change. Training programs can mitigate employees' lack of necessary skills in the workforce. Increasing awareness can mitigate the spread of misinformation across social media. Exacerbate. To make something worse or more severe. Ignoring the symptoms of the disease could exacerbate the condition over time. Poor education policies exacerbate social inequality, making it harder to address. Overcrowding in cities exacerbates traffic congestion, leading to more air pollution. Brainstorming. Generating ideas collectively through discussion. Brainstorming in groups encourages the exchange of diverse ideas and perspectives. Effective brainstorming requires an open mind and a willingness to consider all ideas. Brainstorming ensures that every participant's ideas are equally considered and valued. Peninsula. A landmass surrounded by water on three sides. The small town on the peninsula is known for its seafood and vibrant local culture. The peninsula's rich history has attracted archaeologists and historians for decades. The peninsula's unique geography influences its climate and biodiversity significantly. Agenda. A list of items to be discussed. The environmental group presented a detailed agenda for tackling climate change. The team leader distributed the agenda to all members before the project meeting. An organized agenda allows participants to prioritize tasks effectively and efficiently. Dermatology. The medical study of skin diseases. Dermatology plays a vital role in diagnosing skin diseases and conditions effectively. The field of dermatology requires extensive study, practical training, and dedication. Advances in dermatology have led to improved treatments for skin cancer and aging. Monitoring. Observing and tracking changes systematically. Effective monitoring of financial systems prevents fraud and ensures fiscal stability. Monitoring social media trends can help businesses adapt to customer preferences. The rise of smart technology has revolutionized real-time health monitoring practices. Hibernation. A state of inactivity during cold seasons. Hibernation allows some species to survive in extreme cold for extended periods. Hibernation is a survival strategy, helping species adapt to seasonal food shortages. Hibernation helps certain species avoid the harsh conditions of cold winter climates. Infanticide. The act of killing an infant. In certain ancient societies, infanticide was tragically considered an accepted norm. Cultural changes can influence attitudes toward infanticide, reducing its prevalence. Education and awareness can play a key role in reducing the incidence of infanticide. Anonymous. Without a known name or identity. The donor chose to remain anonymous to maintain privacy and avoid recognition. Anonymous surveys allow for more honest responses from participants in research. Online forums often provide opportunities for users to share opinions anonymously. Instinct. A natural or automatic behavioral response. In emergency situations, instinct can override logical thinking and rational behavior. Trusting your instincts can sometimes be more effective than relying solely on logic. The survival instinct has evolved to help humans adapt to challenging environments. Halt. To stop or bring to a stop. Economic sanctions often aim to halt illegal activities across international borders. The halt of trade due to the pandemic caused severe global supply chain disruptions. The government decided to halt the project after assessing its environmental impact. Profound. Deep, intense, or highly meaningful. Profound ethical concerns arise when discussing the use of artificial intelligence. A profound sense of gratitude can improve overall mental and emotional well-being. Profound changes in society often result from collective efforts to address inequality. Orthodox. Following traditional or established beliefs. The orthodox opinion on climate change needs to be challenged with fresh ideas. The orthodox view of history tends to ignore marginalized voices and perspectives. In some cultures, orthodox values shape social norms and expectations for behavior. Curriculum. The subjects studied in an educational program. Teachers must follow the curriculum to ensure all required subjects are covered. A well-rounded curriculum promotes both intellectual and emotional development. The curriculum plays a key role in shaping students' academic and personal growth. Prudent. Acting with care, caution, and wisdom. Being prudent with finances ensures long-term stability and security for individuals. Prudent financial management ensures economic stability during times of global crisis. Prudent policies on healthcare can lead to better outcomes for the general population. Summon. To call upon someone or something. The City Council will summon local experts to discuss environmental policy changes. The manager will summon the team for a meeting to discuss the project's progress. He struggled to summon the energy needed to finish the project before the deadline. Parasite. An organism living off another for survival. Parasite control programs are critical to improving livestock health and economy. A parasite relies on a host organism for nourishment and survival, often harming it. The presence of a parasite can significantly impact an animal's health and behavior. Omnipotent. Having unlimited power or authority. Omnipotent organizations often face ethical dilemmas regarding their influence. An omnipotent government could undermine individual freedoms and autonomy. In literature, an omnipotent figure often symbolizes ultimate control or authority. Confidential. Meant to be kept private or secret. The research findings remain confidential until officially published in the journal. Legal documents often contain confidential information that must be kept secure. Companies often handle confidential data to maintain customer trust and security. Knotty. Complex, difficult, or full of complications. The project involved several knotty challenges, but we managed to resolve them. This knotty situation will require time and collaboration to overcome successfully. The knotty issues in the debate sparked heated discussions among the participants. Evaluate. To assess or determine the value. It's important to evaluate the pros and cons before making significant decisions. Experts evaluate the effectiveness of policies to determine their success or failure. We must evaluate the environmental impact before starting construction projects. Emerging. Becoming visible, important, or recognized recently. Emerging trends in digital marketing focus on data-driven, personalized strategies. The emerging challenges of climate change require immediate global cooperation. The emerging focus on mental health awareness is reshaping public policy priorities. Legendary. Famous, well-known, or extraordinary historically. The legendary musician's influence can still be felt in contemporary music today. The legendary artist's work continues to influence modern art movements globally. The book chronicles the legendary exploits of explorers during the Age of Discovery. Conversely, introducing an opposite or contrasting idea. Conversely, excessive screen time can have detrimental effects on a child's health. The policy could boost employment. Conversely, it might increase the cost of living. The organization prioritizes profits. Conversely, it fails to address employee welfare. Legitimate. Legal, valid, or justified by rules. He raised legitimate questions about the fairness of the decision-making process. The legitimacy of the organization's claims was questioned by independent auditors. Legitimate concerns about environmental damage are being discussed at the summit. Embody. Represent, express, or exemplify something clearly. The design of the building embodies modern architectural principles and innovation. Traditions can embody the cultural significance of a community's history and values. The policy changes will embody the government's commitment to reducing inequality. Heritage. Traditions, culture, or property passed down. Preserving natural heritage sites is essential for future generations to appreciate. The museum showcases the rich heritage of indigenous peoples through artifacts. Many people believe that heritage sites should be preserved for future generations. Superficial. Shallow, lacking depth, or surface level. A superficial understanding of the topic can lead to misunderstandings and errors. The report provides a superficial overview without addressing the underlying issues. Superficial appearances can often mislead people into making incorrect assumptions. Aggravate. To worsen or make a situation more severe. Ignoring environmental problems will only aggravate global climate change effects. Neglecting self-care can aggravate mental health conditions and worsen symptoms. Climate change effects may aggravate water shortages in many developing countries. Impediments. Obstacles or barriers that hinder progress. Cultural differences often serve as impediments during global business negotiations. Economic difficulties often become impediments to achieving higher education goals. Political instability serves as an impediment to foreign investment in many countries. Litigation. The process of taking legal action. Litigation often consumes significant time and resources in commercial disputes. Many disputes in commercial sectors are resolved through litigation or arbitration. Effective legal advice can help avoid unnecessary litigation and costly court battles. Alternative. Another choice or option available. Public transportation is an environmentally friendly alternative to private vehicles. Many people seek alternative medicine when conventional treatments do not work. Solar power is an increasingly affordable alternative to electricity from power plants. Affluent. Having a lot of wealth or resources. Affluent societies often experience higher levels of healthcare and life expectancy. Technology adoption is faster in affluent communities due to better infrastructure. Rising income inequality means the affluent benefit more than the poor population. Consequence. A result or effect of an action. Poor time management may lead to serious academic consequences for students. Air pollution is a consequence of unchecked industrial expansion and urbanization. Understanding the consequences of decisions is crucial for responsible leadership. Deliberate. Done intentionally or with careful thought. His actions were deliberate, aimed at undermining the organization's reputation. The committee made a deliberate decision, after thorough discussion and analysis. The artist's deliberate use of color creates a unique emotional response in viewers. Evaporate. To turn from liquid to gas. Miscommunication may cause trust between individuals to evaporate over time. Rising temperatures cause surface water to evaporate at an accelerated daily rate. Water molecules evaporate into the air, causing changes in atmospheric conditions. Innate. Naturally existing from birth or within. Many psychologists believe that certain skills are innate and developed over time. Language acquisition is believed to be supported by an innate cognitive framework. Some people have an innate ability to understand complex scientific concepts easily. Death penalty. Legal execution as punishment for crime. Many argue that the death penalty violates fundamental human rights and dignity. Critics claim the death penalty disproportionately affects marginalized social groups. Some believe the death penalty deters serious crimes, though evidence is debatable. Convincing. Credible and making someone believe something. His convincing demeanor helped ease the audience's concerns about the project. Research findings can provide convincing support for policy changes in education. Her argument was convincing, supported by facts and logical reasoning throughout. Kinetic. Related to movement or motion. Kinetic theory helps explain the behavior of gas molecules under varying conditions. The sculpture displayed impressive kinetic motion powered by natural wind currents. Kinetic installations can transform public spaces into interactive cultural experiences. Synthesize. To combine elements into a whole. Students learn to synthesize concepts from different disciplines during their studies. The artist aimed to synthesize traditional techniques with modern styles in her work. Researchers synthesize data from multiple sources to support their final conclusions. Constant. Unchanging and remaining the same. The economy faces constant fluctuations, influenced by domestic and global events. The constant evolution of technology requires continuous adaptation by businesses. The report emphasizes the need for constant monitoring of environmental changes. Luxury. Something expensive and highly desirable. The definition of luxury varies significantly across different cultures and societies. Affordable housing should be prioritized over luxury apartments in growing cities. Some argue that luxury items contribute to unsustainable consumerism and waste. Peasant. A poor farmer with low status. Life as a peasant during medieval times was often marked by hardship and struggle. Peasants were often marginalized in historical narratives of socio-economic progress. Peasant revolts influenced political reforms throughout history in numerous nations. Weird. Strange, unusual, or unexpected in nature. Sometimes, weird experiences can lead to the most memorable adventures in life. The sudden disappearance of the animal seemed like a weird and unexplained event. It's weird how technology changes social interactions in unexpected ways nowadays. Surpass. To exceed or go beyond expectations. We aim to surpass customer expectations through exceptional service and quality. Renewable energy sources are beginning to surpass fossil fuels in global usage rates. His dedication allowed him to surpass all obstacles and achieve academic excellence. Precursor. Something that comes before another. Technological prototypes often serve as a precursor to mass-market innovations. Industrialization was a major precursor to modern economic and social structures. Curiosity is a psychological precursor to scientific exploration and experimentation. Circulate. To move around freely within a system. Officials circulate documents to ensure transparency in administrative processes. Rumors tend to circulate quickly in a small community or workplace environment. To stay healthy, blood must circulate efficiently throughout the entire human body. Dimension. A measurable extent of space or existence. The psychological dimension of education is often overlooked in policy debates. Poverty has a multidimensional nature including education, health, and income. Understanding the social dimension of poverty is essential for effective solutions. Diverse. Showing variety, made of different elements. A diverse population strengthens social cohesion and enriches national identity. Exposure to diverse opinions fosters tolerance and critical thinking in young people. A diverse workforce increases a company's ability to solve complex global problems. Navigate. Find a way through or direct movement. Tourists often struggle to navigate foreign cities without reliable navigation tools. he used logic and experience to navigate through the ethical dilemma effectively. Diplomats constantly navigate conflicting interests during international negotiations. Controversy. Disagreement, often public and heated. Recent studies have ignited controversy over the effectiveness of certain vaccines. Controversy often arises when historical monuments reflect outdated social values. Genetically modified foods have long been a subject of intense scientific controversy. Dynamic. Energetic, constantly changing, or active. The dynamic nature of climate change demands urgent international cooperation. Group projects benefit from dynamic collaboration among diverse team members. The job market is highly dynamic, requiring constant skill upgrades and adaptation. Surplus. An excess amount beyond what is needed. The surplus workforce can be redirected through vocational training programs. The government aimed to use the surplus funds for public infrastructure projects. The surplus generated from the fundraiser will support local community initiatives. Simultaneous. Happening at the same time or instant. The event featured simultaneous translation services for international delegates. Simultaneous reforms in the economy and governance led to national development. Simultaneous attendance at work and school events is challenging for many parents. Heritage. Traditions or properties passed through generations. Local traditions and customs are essential elements of intangible cultural heritage. Ignoring heritage may lead to irreversible loss of traditional knowledge and values. Cultural heritage provides insights into the values and beliefs of ancient civilizations. Predominant. Most common, important, or influential in presence. The predominant cause of climate change is excessive greenhouse gas emissions. The predominant opinion favored stricter regulations on industrial waste disposal. English is the predominant language spoken in many international business settings. Census. Official population counts with demographic details. Census data helps identify population growth, migration patterns, and social needs. Census participation should be encouraged to ensure inclusivity and data accuracy. Many countries use census information to determine electoral representation fairly. Pervasive. Spreading widely throughout an area or group. Corruption remains a pervasive issue that undermines trust in public institutions. Social media has become a pervasive influence on modern communication habits. Corruption remains a pervasive issue in many developing and developed countries. Solace. Comfort given during distress or sadness. He sought solace in solitude, away from daily pressures and social expectations. Seeking solace in unhealthy habits can lead to long-term negative consequences. Literature has historically been a source of solace for intellectuals facing hardships. Dominate. Have influence or power over something. Developing nations struggle to compete with industries that dominate global trade. In sports, one team cannot dominate the league forever, without healthy competition. Social media platforms dominate communication among young people today globally. Abnormal. Deviating from the usual or expected standard. Extreme weather patterns indicate an abnormal shift in global climate conditions. Abnormal weather patterns can be an indication of climate change and its effects. The machine was shut down due to abnormal pressure and temperature readings. Contrast. Noticeable difference between two or more things. The essay uses contrast to highlight opposing viewpoints on artificial intelligence. The contrast in social attitudes towards technology varies across cultural contexts. This study draws a contrast between traditional and digital learning environments. Marginalize. Push to the edge or make insignificant. Economic inequality continues to marginalize vulnerable populations worldwide. Governments should implement policies that do not marginalize minority groups. Women in certain cultures are often marginalized and denied basic human rights. Rational. Based on logic, reason, and clear thinking. Rational debate is essential in academic settings to promote critical thinking skills. Governments should adopt a rational approach to solve environmental problems. The scientist provided a rational explanation for the unexpected experiment results. Predict. Say what will happen before it occurs. Meteorologists predict severe weather to help reduce disaster-related casualties. Researchers can predict climate changes based on historical weather data patterns. It is difficult to predict human behavior due to its inherent complexity and variability. Facilitate. Make an action or process easier. Language programs can facilitate integration of immigrants into local communities. Community programs can facilitate collaboration among residents for common goals. Policies that facilitate trade growth contribute to a country's economic development. Vague. Unclear, uncertain, or lacking specific details. Vague language can hinder effective communication and create misunderstandings. The instructions were so vague that many students failed to complete the assignment. Vague memories of childhood sometimes surface unexpectedly in a person's adult life. Compel. Force or pressure someone to act. Emotional stories can compel audiences to take action and support charitable causes. Teachers often compel students to participate in mandatory extracurricular activities. Ethical principles compel doctors to provide care regardless of financial compensation. Fallacy. False belief based on incorrect reasoning. The fallacy of stereotyping leads to misconceptions and discrimination in society. The slippery slope fallacy exaggerates consequences without providing valid support. Identifying a fallacy strengthens the credibility of your counterargument in debate. Implement. Put a plan or decision into action. Teachers should implement creative methods to engage students in active learning. Many businesses implement automation to enhance productivity and reduce costs. To improve safety, schools must implement clear emergency response procedures. Notion. An idea, belief, or understanding. The notion of sustainability influences modern environmental policies worldwide. Globalization challenges the traditional notion of national identity and sovereignty. The notion of freedom varies significantly across different cultures and communities. Procure. Obtain something with effort or care. The organization managed to procure essential supplies during the economic crisis. The hospital struggled to procure enough ventilators during the pandemic outbreak. Government agencies must procure services transparently to maintain public trust. Supreme. Highest in rank, power, or quality. The Supreme Court plays a vital role in interpreting constitutional law effectively. Supreme leadership requires ethical conduct, vision, and unwavering public service. The Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of the Environmental Protection Law. Velocity. Speed of something in a direction. High-velocity impacts can cause serious structural damage to aircraft or vehicles. The athlete maintained a consistent velocity throughout the race, securing victory. The spacecraft achieved a velocity high enough to escape Earth's gravitational pull. Glacier. A large mass of moving ice. Scientists study glacier to understand climate change and its impact on sea levels. Glacier collapse poses serious risks to nearby ecosystems and human settlements. Glacier movement shapes mountainous landscapes through erosion and deposition. Fertile. Capable of producing abundant growth. Fertile minds are crucial for innovation, discovery, and intellectual advancement. Fertile soil is essential for sustaining high agricultural productivity and biodiversity. Fertile land allows farmers to grow abundant crops with minimal use of fertilizers. Occupy. Take control or fill a space completely. The park was occupied by protesters demanding climate action and policy changes. The military can occupy a territory during conflicts to establish control and security. Refugees often occupy temporary shelters provided by humanitarian organizations. Activate. Make something start working or become operational. Researchers aim to activate specific genes to study their effects on development. The program will activate automatically when the system detects unusual activity. Exercise can activate various hormones that improve mood and overall well-being. Colonialism. Control over another country for economic gain. The legacy of colonialism still affects many developing countries' political systems. Colonialism often resulted in cultural erosion and exploitation of natural resources. Colonialism introduced new languages, which sometimes replaced native tongues. Dire need. An urgent requirement for something. Schools are in dire need of funding to improve educational resources and facilities. Environmental conservation efforts are in dire need of more funding and awareness. Ecosystems are in dire need of conservation to prevent irreversible biodiversity loss. Sequence. An ordered arrangement of events or things. The sequence of policies implemented affects a country's economic recovery speed. The sequence in which tasks are completed can impact overall efficiency significantly. DNA sequencing has revolutionized medicine by identifying genetic disorders quickly. Competence. The ability to do something effectively and well. Employers value competence and experience equally when hiring new employees. Competence in technology is essential for success in today's competitive job market. Students must develop competence in research to succeed in academic writing tasks. Coordinate. Arrange different parts to work together. Scientists coordinate research projects to share data and avoid duplication of work. Schools and parents must coordinate strategies for effective student development. The manager will coordinate schedules to ensure everyone is available for meetings. Virtual. Existing digitally or simulated rather than physically. Virtual currencies like Bitcoin raise concerns about regulation and financial stability. The virtual conference allowed participants from around the world to connect easily. Virtual museums provide cultural access to people regardless of geographic location. Deleterious. Damaging or having negative effects. Stress can have deleterious consequences on both mental and physical well-being. Pollution causes deleterious changes to ecosystems, harming plant and animal life. The study revealed deleterious effects of climate change on agricultural productivity. Occur. Happen or take place at a certain time. Political revolutions tend to occur during periods of economic and social instability. Earthquakes usually occur near tectonic plate boundaries, under immense pressure. Social changes often occur gradually, over decades rather than instantly or suddenly. Violate. Break a law, rule, or agreement. To violate public trust can irreparably damage a politician's career and reputation. Harsh laws can sometimes violate personal freedoms and ethical human standards. Companies that violate environmental regulations should be held strictly accountable. Reform. Improve something by making corrections. Tax reform proposals aim to create a fairer system for individuals and businesses. Judicial reform is vital to ensure timely justice and reduce case backlogs efficiently. Reforms in labor laws can enhance worker protections and promote fair treatment. Symptom. A sign or indication of illness or problem. Physical symptoms often reflect deeper psychological or emotional health issues. Fever and cough are common symptoms of many respiratory infections worldwide. Early symptoms of the disease include fatigue, headache, and occasional dizziness. Frontier. A boundary or unexplored area of knowledge. Scientists are constantly pushing the frontier of knowledge in medical research. Space exploration represents the next major frontier for human advancement. The Internet opened a frontier of global communication and information access. Launch. Start or introduce something into motion. The launch of renewable energy initiatives is vital for environmental sustainability. Launching new policies requires careful planning and public awareness campaigns. They launched an investigation into the environmental impact of industrial activities. Territory. An area controlled by a country or group. Animals mark their territory to protect resources and ensure reproductive success. Territorial disputes often lead to prolonged conflicts between neighboring countries. Cultural groups sometimes claim historical territory based on ancestral connections. Vital. Extremely important or necessary for survival. Nutrition plays a vital role in the overall development of children and adolescents. Biodiversity is vital for ecosystem stability and resilience in changing environments. The team's performance is vital for achieving the organization's strategic objectives. Assimilate. Absorb and integrate into a new culture. Immigrants often find it challenging to assimilate into a new culture and society. Language acquisition is crucial for newcomers to assimilate effectively into society. Effective education systems facilitate the ability to assimilate various learning styles. Embrace. Hug someone or accept an idea warmly. The company embraced a flexible working model to improve employee satisfaction. Embracing feedback helps individuals improve their skills and develop professionally. To succeed, organizations must embrace change and adapt to new challenges quickly. Administer. Manage or distribute something officially. NGOs administer food programs in regions suffering from famine and malnutrition. Institutions need to administer funds responsibly to support educational initiatives. The research team will administer surveys to gather valuable data from participants. Cumbersome. Difficult to handle due to size or complexity. The legal procedures for appeals remain unnecessarily cumbersome and outdated. International travel has become more cumbersome due to strict security regulations. The system's cumbersome interface frustrates users and reduces overall productivity. Ancestor. A person from whom one descends. Ancestor worship remains a common practice in various traditional Asian cultures. Archaeologists discovered artifacts that provide insight into early human ancestors. Many indigenous communities trace land ownership back to their original ancestors. Conclusive. Proving something with finality or certainty. The study failed to produce conclusive answers about long-term vaccine effects. Conclusive findings are essential before implementing nationwide policy changes. A conclusive analysis of the situation helped resolve the ongoing conflict amicably. Audacious. Bold, daring, or willing to take risks. The audacious move to legalize certain drugs shocked conservative communities. Tackling climate change requires audacious action and international cooperation. Her audacious attitude challenged traditional gender roles in the corporate sector. Nocturnal. Active or occurring during the night. Nocturnal animals have adapted to thrive in darkness, exhibiting unique behaviors. Nocturnal work schedules can disrupt sleep and affect mental health significantly. Nocturnal migration patterns are common among several bird species during winter. Resonate. To evoke emotions or produce strong feelings. The political speech failed to resonate with the broader public, despite its efforts. Music has the power to resonate emotionally, evoking strong feelings in its listeners. The findings from this study resonate with previous research conducted on the topic. Inhabit. To live or reside in a place. Polar bears inhabit the Arctic, adapting to harsh climates and limited food sources. Wildlife corridors help connect habitats that animals inhabit for migration purposes. Rural areas often inhabit communities with strong cultural and traditional practices. Outcome. The result or consequence of an event. The outcome of the experiment was unexpected and required further investigation. The outcome of policy reform remains uncertain, without public support and funding. The outcome of the negotiations depended largely on the willingness to compromise. Parliament. A legislative body making national laws. Parliament represents the voice of citizens in democratic decision-making processes. The Parliament debated several critical issues affecting the nation during the session. Members of Parliament represent diverse constituencies and address local concerns. Transmit. To send or pass along something. The Internet can instantly transmit information across vast geographical distances. Language serves to transmit thoughts, emotions, and traditions across generations. Technological tools rapidly transmit information across vast geographical distances. Bubble. A round pocket of air or liquid. The housing market bubble eventually burst, causing a nationwide financial crisis. The economic bubble burst, leading to widespread financial instability and hardship. Economic bubbles often result from overspeculation and lack of financial regulation. Evident. Clearly seen or understood. The benefits of renewable energy are increasingly evident in global energy policies. The results of the study were evident in the significant improvement of participants. The impact of the policy change was evident within a few months of implementation. Require. To need or demand something necessary. Universities require students to submit essays as part of their application process. Most graduate programs require applicants to provide letters of recommendation. Academic success may require consistent effort, discipline, and time management. Transparent. Open, and easy to understand or see through. The organization aims to be transparent about its financial practices and decisions. Stakeholders appreciate transparent reporting on project outcomes and challenges. Transparent evaluation criteria enhance fairness in university admission procedures. Biography. A detailed account of someone's life events. Reading a biography helps understand the challenges faced by historical figures. His biography includes important milestones and achievements throughout his life. Many students find biographies helpful for learning about influential world leaders. Proximate. Closely related or near in time. The proximate cause of the crisis was a sudden economic downturn globally. The proximate explanation for health decline was poor diet and lack of exercise. The proximate location of the factory affects its operational efficiency significantly. Copyright. Legal rights to original creative works. Violating copyright can lead to serious legal consequences and financial penalties. Copyright infringement is a major issue in the digital age with easy content sharing. Digital content creators rely heavily on copyright protection to safeguard their work. Entrepreneur. A person who starts a business venture. Access to funding is crucial for entrepreneurs to turn ideas into viable businesses. Entrepreneurial ventures often stimulate economic growth and job creation locally. Young entrepreneurs are reshaping traditional industries through digital platforms. Inherent. Naturally existing in something or someone. The ability to adapt to change is an inherent characteristic of successful businesses. Creativity is an inherent trait found in many successful individuals across industries. Freedom of speech carries inherent responsibilities to avoid causing harm or offense. Legislate. To create or enact laws officially. It is important to legislate environmental standards to reduce pollution effectively. Some countries legislate stricter penalties to combat corruption and financial crimes. Governments must legislate wisely to balance economic growth with social welfare. Iconic. Widely recognized and highly symbolic. Iconic leaders often inspire widespread admiration and long-term societal impact. Iconic brands often leverage their heritage to maintain customer loyalty and trust. Many filmmakers aspire to create iconic scenes that resonate with audiences forever. Affiliate. To associate with a group or organization. The athlete became an affiliate of the brand, endorsing their products worldwide. The company decided to affiliate with a larger organization to expand its operations. Many businesses use affiliate marketing to increase sales and reach new customers. Vigorous. Strong, energetic, or full of life. Vigorous enforcement of laws helps reduce corruption and promote transparency. Vigorous research efforts are underway to develop sustainable energy alternatives. Students should engage in vigorous physical activity to maintain good mental health. Undermine. To weaken or damage something gradually. Frequent interruptions may undermine a student's ability to concentrate effectively. Misinformation can undermine public trust in science and governmental institutions. Workplace discrimination may undermine employee morale and reduce productivity. Autonomy. Independence or self-governing authority. Autonomy in decision-making is crucial for effective leadership and management. Financial autonomy helps families better manage emergencies and long-term goals. Granting autonomy supports efficient decision-making at the local government level. Eradicate. To completely eliminate or destroy something. Efforts to eradicate deforestation are critical for the survival of endangered species. International efforts aim to eradicate extreme poverty within the next few decades. Scientists are working to eradicate malaria through advanced vaccination programs. Persuasive. Able to convince others effectively. A persuasive argument must be backed by strong evidence and logical reasoning. Persuasive writing is essential in both academic and professional communication. Persuasive communication is essential in fields like marketing and public relations. Segment. A distinct part of something whole. Advertisers target specific market segments to increase product sales effectively. The final segment of the interview revealed surprising facts about the candidate. A well-defined segment allows companies to tailor products to specific consumers. Dwindle. Gradually decrease in size, strength, or number. Forest resources continue to dwindle due to illegal logging and urban expansion. As funding dwindled, the research project faced significant operational challenges. Traditional crafts are dwindling as younger generations seek modern employment. Sophisticated. Highly developed, complex, or refined in nature. Sophisticated medical equipment allows doctors to detect diseases in early stages. Sophisticated algorithms are used to analyze big data for accurate decision-making. Modern societies rely heavily on sophisticated systems for healthcare and security. Voluntary. Done by choice, without force or obligation. Many students engage in voluntary work to strengthen their college applications. Blood donations are strictly voluntary in most countries to ensure ethical practices. Many charitable organizations rely entirely on voluntary contributions and support. Franchise. Approval to operate a business under branding. The fast food franchise expanded rapidly across Southeast Asia within 5 years. The fast food industry is dominated by major global franchise chains worldwide. Owning a franchise provides an opportunity to operate a proven business model. Abstract. Existing in thought, not physical or concrete. Philosophers often grapple with abstract notions like justice, truth, and existence. Abstract thinking is essential for solving complex academic and scientific problems. Abstract thought enables innovation and creative problem-solving across industries. Discretionary. Left to individual choice or personal judgment. Governments reduce discretionary budgets before cutting essential public services. Discretionary income allows consumers to spend beyond their basic living expenses. Discretionary purchases, like luxury goods, often signal consumer confidence levels. Grim. Depressingly serious, gloomy, or without hope. The grim statistics on poverty highlight the need for comprehensive social reform. Unemployment statistics painted a grim picture of the national economic situation. Survivors shared grim accounts of the natural disasters' aftermath and devastation. Contentious. Causing arguments or heated disagreements. Contentious policies often lead to protests and civil unrest in democratic societies. Legal disputes over intellectual property rights are often complex and contentious. Public opinion on the contentious issue of surveillance varies greatly across nations. Displace. Forcefully remove or move from original position. Climate change threatens to displace coastal populations due to rising sea levels. New technological advancements could displace traditional jobs in many industries. The government's infrastructure project may displace local businesses and residents. Deterrent. Something that discourages actions or conducts. Surveillance cameras in public places function as a deterrent to potential criminals. Effective deterrence can reduce cybercrime and protect sensitive digital infrastructure. Cornerstone. Essential foundation or key element. Research is the cornerstone of advancements in healthcare and medical sciences. Education is often regarded as the cornerstone of national development strategies. Innovation is the cornerstone of technological advancements and industrial progress. Benevolent. Showing kindness, generosity, and goodwill. Benevolent individuals often serve as catalysts for meaningful social transformation. His benevolent actions significantly improved the lives of countless homeless people. Many benevolent organizations provide shelter and food to disaster-affected regions. Approach. A method or way of dealing with something. A holistic approach is essential for solving complex global health challenges today. Scientists approach problems systematically to find effective and reliable solutions. An evidence-based approach ensures better outcomes in public health campaigns. Commodity. A raw material or valuable economic product. Clean water is an essential commodity that many communities still lack access to. Coffee is a widely consumed commodity with cultural and economic significance. Agricultural commodities like rice and wheat are essential for global food security. Domesticate. Tame animals or cultivate plants for use. Efforts to domesticate wild species require careful breeding and genetic selection. Early humans learned to domesticate animals for food, labor, and companionship. Humans began to domesticate crops thousands of years ago for consistent harvests. Ailment. A minor illness or medical condition. The report highlights how lifestyle factors contribute to common health ailments. Early diagnosis can help prevent minor ailments from becoming severe conditions. Many people suffer from mental ailments that often go undiagnosed and untreated. Interval. A pause or gap between events. Breaking tasks into small intervals increases productivity and reduces stress levels. Historical conflicts often occurred at unpredictable intervals throughout centuries. There was a short interval of silence before the speaker continued his presentation. Intervene. Step in to change an outcome. Doctors often intervene in cases where immediate medical attention is necessary. International organizations often intervene to resolve conflicts in war-torn regions. Governments should intervene promptly to protect citizens during natural disasters. Preliminary. Happening before something more important. After preliminary tests, the committee decided to proceed with the full experiment. Preliminary findings suggest the new policy might improve public health outcomes. They conducted a preliminary survey to understand consumer preferences in detail. Utilize. Make use of something effectively. Companies utilize data analytics to improve customer experience and sales strategies. The government should utilize renewable energy sources to reduce carbon emissions. Companies utilize data analytics to improve customer satisfaction and product quality. Superficial. Appearing true but lacking depth. The documentary critiques the superficial portrayal of culture in mainstream media. A superficial understanding of topics can hinder meaningful discussions and progress. Superficial beauty does not guarantee happiness or meaningful personal relationships. Accomplish. Successfully complete a goal or task. With determination and focus, you can accomplish anything you set your mind to. Hard work and perseverance are essential to accomplish long-term academic goals. The program aims to help students accomplish their academic goals and aspirations. Blasphemy. Disrespectful speech or action against religion. The debate over blasphemy laws often centers on balancing freedom and respect. Some countries punish blasphemy severely, citing religious sanctity as justification. Historically, blasphemy has been a crime punishable by imprisonment or execution. Meteorology. Study of weather and atmospheric conditions. Advances in meteorology have greatly improved the accuracy of weather forecasts. Meteorology plays a significant role in understanding the impacts of climate change. Meteorology helps predict weather patterns and understand climate change effects. Anthropology. Study of human cultures and societies. Anthropology helps us understand the evolution of human societies and behaviors. The study of anthropology reveals how human beings adapt to their environments. Understanding anthropology fosters appreciation for diverse ways of life and beliefs. Provoke. Stimulate, incite, or intentionally cause reaction. Certain actions can provoke negative emotions, leading to arguments or conflicts. His comments seemed to provoke the audience, leading to an intense discussion. His harsh words provoked a strong reaction from the audience during the speech. Renovate. Restore, repair, or update something old. The City Council plans to renovate the old library to serve the growing population. A large portion of the budget was used to renovate the historical site for tourists. The restaurant chose to renovate its interior to attract a younger, trendy clientele. Negotiation. Discussion aimed at reaching an agreement. Successful negotiation requires patience, understanding, and clear communication. The negotiation between labor unions and management resulted in a fair agreement. Negotiation tactics can significantly impact the terms of trade agreements worldwide. Observation. Careful watching or noticing something significant. His keen observation skills made him an excellent detective during investigations. Observation of animal behavior provides valuable insights into their natural instincts. Through careful observation, the biologist identified several rare species in the forest. Optimistic. Positive, hopeful, or expecting good outcomes. He was optimistic that the company's new product would succeed in the market. Despite setbacks, the team was optimistic about their chances in the next match. An optimistic approach to problem solving can uncover creative solutions quickly. Furthermore, in addition, also, moreover, besides. The new policy will improve productivity. Furthermore, it reduces costs significantly. The policy improves productivity. Furthermore, it enhances employee job satisfaction. The research was thorough. Furthermore, it provided clear solutions to ongoing issues. Meticulous. Showing great attention to detail and precision. Meticulous planning is essential when managing large projects with tight deadlines. Meticulous research is essential for producing accurate and reliable academic papers. Meticulous planning ensured the event's success without any unexpected challenges. Insurmountable. Impossible to overcome or deal with successfully. Many consider the economic crisis insurmountable, but alternatives can be explored. Without support, the difficulties appeared insurmountable to the struggling students. His perseverance turned an insurmountable difficulty into a remarkable achievement. Extinction. The complete disappearance of a species or group. Many species face extinction due to deforestation, pollution, and climate change. Conservation efforts are crucial in preventing the extinction of endangered species. The extinction of bees could have catastrophic consequences for global agriculture. However, nevertheless, in spite of that, yet many support urbanization. However, it often leads to environmental degradation. Global warming is alarming. However, many governments ignore the warning signs. The proposal seemed ideal. However, it lacked practical implementation strategies. Monumental. Extremely significant or important, colossal. The invention of the Internet was a monumental breakthrough in human history. Addressing global hunger remains a monumental issue for policymakers worldwide. The construction of the Great Wall was a monumental engineering accomplishment. Analogy. A comparison between two different things. His speech lacked depth, although he attempted an elaborate economic analogy. The professor drew an analogy between economic growth and a thriving ecosystem. His analogy comparing teamwork to a symphony helped clarify the complex concept. Revitalize. To bring new life or energy to something. New investments will revitalize the deteriorating public transportation system. The government implemented policies to revitalize the struggling local economy. New investments helped revitalize the country's declining manufacturing industry. Still, in spite of that, nevertheless, however, still, some believe that the benefits outweigh the potential risks of the new policy. Still, despite various improvements, the healthcare system faces serious challenges. People still struggle with poverty, despite the efforts to alleviate it in recent decades. In order to, with the intention of achieving something, they practice daily in order to improve their athletic performance significantly. In order to achieve success, hard work and dedication are essential components. The company invested in new technology in order to stay competitive in the market. Consensus. General agreement among a group of people. The team struggled to reach a consensus on the best approach to the problem. In order to make progress, a consensus must be formed among all stakeholders. It is essential to build a consensus before implementing any major policy changes. Physiology. the study of the functions of living organisms. Physiology research often leads to innovations in pharmaceutical drug development. Experts believe exercise profoundly influences both mental and physical physiology. Advances in physiology have revolutionized modern surgical techniques significantly. Otherwise, in a different way, if not. The decision was postponed, otherwise, we would have started the project earlier. You need to complete the form, otherwise, your application will not be processed. The teacher will not accept late assignments, otherwise, students will face penalties. As a result. Consequently, due to a previous action, the government raised taxes. As a result, the cost of living increased dramatically. The city invested in renewable energy. As a result, pollution levels have decreased. He completed his internship successfully. As a result, he secured a full-time position. Eloquence. Fluent or persuasive speaking or writing. Eloquence in writing helps convey complex ideas clearly and effectively to readers. The candidate's eloquence during the debate won him many votes from the public. Eloquence can transform even mundane ideas into memorable, impactful speeches. Posthumous. Occurring or published after one's death. The posthumous release of the album introduced new fans to the artist's music. Many composers gained posthumous fame, despite struggling during their lifetimes. The historian's posthumous book changed the way scholars viewed medieval history. Compulsory. Required by law or a rule, mandatory. Wearing uniforms is compulsory at the school to ensure equality among students. A compulsory safety course is required for all new workers in hazardous industries. Compulsory physical education classes aim to promote healthier student lifestyles. Panacea. A solution for all difficulties or diseases. Some believe that green energy is a panacea for the global environmental crisis. Education is often seen as a panacea for many of society's most pressing problems. There is no simple panacea for the challenges posed by climate change and pollution. In fact, used to emphasize the truth of something. They thought the proposal would fail. In fact, it turned out to be very successful. In fact, renewable energy sources are becoming more cost-effective than fossil fuels. The economic situation is worsening. In fact, it has been declining for several months. Prodigy. A person with exceptional talents or abilities. The child prodigy performed a complex piano piece that left the audience in awe. A musical prodigy, she composed symphonies before reaching her teenage years. The prodigy's scientific discoveries revolutionized the field of quantum mechanics. Bias. A tendency to favor one side unfairly. The study's findings were dismissed because of the bias in the sample selection. Political bias in the media can hinder objective understanding of current events. Personal bias often influences decision-making, which can lead to unfair outcomes. Outweigh. To be greater or more significant than. The importance of education outweighs the drawbacks of expensive tuition fees. The advantages of electric vehicles outweigh their limited charging infrastructure. Technological advancements outweigh the risks associated with artificial intelligence. Transparency. Openness and clarity in communication or processes. Political transparency promotes fairness and reduces bureaucratic inefficiencies. Greater transparency in environmental policies leads to sustainable development. Political leaders must promote transparency to fight corruption and ensure fairness. Consent. Permission for something to happen or agreement. Parents must give consent before their children can participate in school activities. The patient gave his consent before undergoing the necessary medical procedures. They need written consent before proceeding with the planned construction project. Similarly. In a similar way, likewise, correspondingly. The new policy aims to address environmental issues, similarly to past initiatives. Climate change affects biodiversity similarly, across various ecosystems and regions. Pollution endangers wildlife, similarly, noise pollution affects marine life ecosystems. In general. Typically, broadly, overall, usually. In general, digital technology enhances communication and workplace productivity. In general, animals adapt more easily to environmental changes compared to plants. In general, renewable resources have fewer environmental impacts than fossil fuels. Regardless. Without paying attention to the present situation. The policy was enforced regardless of public opposition and widespread criticism. Regardless of location, technological advancements impact individuals worldwide. Regardless of the challenges, scientific progress continues to shape modern society. Monolith. A large, powerful organization or structure. The corporation operated like a monolith, resisting any internal structural reforms. A giant stone monolith rose from the ground, attracting the attention of explorers. The ancient monolith stood as a testament to the civilization's engineering prowess. Eccentric. Unconventional and slightly strange in behavior. Her eccentric personality made her popular among friends, but hard to understand. Eccentric fashion trends can sometimes inspire new styles that become mainstream. The eccentric millionaire spent his fortune on unusual inventions and odd collections. Adverse. Preventing success or unfavorable conditions. The medication's adverse side effects outweighed its intended therapeutic benefits. Adverse reactions to the medication included dizziness and nausea in some patients. The country faced adverse economic conditions that affected its growth significantly. Meanwhile, at the same time, during this time, the sun was setting. Meanwhile, the city lights began to illuminate the streets. Meanwhile, the team worked tirelessly to meet the tight deadlines for the project. While they focused on the main task, meanwhile, other tasks were being completed. Homicide. The deliberate killing of one person by another. The police investigated the homicide case to find the perpetrator of the crime. The forensic team carefully examined the evidence found at the homicide scene. The detective was assigned to investigate a complex case of suspected homicide. Conservation. The protection of natural resources. Conservation efforts aim to protect endangered species from imminent extinction. Sustainable conservation methods ensure long-term benefits for future generations. The conservation of historical sites preserves cultural heritage for future generations. Orderly. neat, tidy, and organized in arrangement. The classroom was orderly, with students quietly listening to the teacher's lecture. The new guidelines will be implemented in an orderly sequence to ensure efficiency. The classroom was organized and orderly, which helped improve overall productivity. Approximately. Close to but not exactly. Scientists estimate that approximately 40% of marine species face extinction risks. The project will take approximately 6 months to complete under ideal conditions. Approximately 60% of the students passed the exam, which is a positive outcome. Adhere. Stick to or follow firmly. Students must adhere to the university's strict academic integrity policies at all times. Scientists adhere to rigorous methodologies to maintain the validity of their findings. Drivers must adhere to traffic regulations to ensure road safety and prevent accidents. Concur. Agree or have the same opinion. Researchers concur that mental health directly influences academic performance. Scholars concur that language learning fosters cognitive flexibility and adaptability. Historians concur that technological advancements have shaped modern civilization. Recession. Economic decline over a period. A severe recession often leads to higher unemployment and lower investments. Recession periods significantly impact small businesses and self-employed individuals. The country's economy suffered a deep recession due to declining consumer spending. Permit. Allow or give official permission. Employees must obtain a permit before organizing public demonstrations or protests. Universities permit international students to work part-time under specific conditions. Some nations permit dual citizenship, while others strictly prohibit such arrangements. Barrier. An obstacle preventing progress. Financial barriers prevent many students from pursuing higher education abroad. Strict visa regulations serve as a barrier for skilled professionals seeking employment. One significant barrier to international trade is the complexity of customs regulations. Disguise. Conceal identity or true appearance. The new policy attempts to disguise economic instability as a temporary setback. The study found that sugar in processed foods can disguise unhealthy ingredients. The company tried to disguise its financial losses through misleading annual reports. Commodity. A valuable product or raw material. The scarcity of certain commodities often leads to inflation and economic instability. Gold has long been considered a valuable commodity in times of economic instability. Many developing nations depend on exporting raw commodities for economic growth. Advantage. A beneficial or favorable condition. The advantage of using public transportation is reducing traffic congestion in cities. Having access to modern healthcare is a significant advantage for aging populations. Global trade agreements provide an advantage by lowering tariffs and trade barriers. Surpass. Exceed or go beyond expectations. Renewable energy sources are expected to surpass fossil fuels in the near future. Scientific discoveries often surpass initial predictions and transform global industries. Research suggests that renewable energy could soon surpass fossil fuels in efficiency. Regulate. Control or maintain rules systematically. Public health policies regulate food safety standards to protect consumer well-being. International bodies regulate trade practices to ensure fair competition across borders. The government must regulate online content to prevent the spread of misinformation. Consumerism. Encouragement of buying and consumption. Consumerism drives economic growth but contributes to environmental degradation. Consumerism in developed countries significantly impacts global production and trade. Some scholars believe consumerism encourages excessive debt and financial instability. Ally. A friend or supporter in conflict. Strategic alliances with powerful countries can provide significant economic benefits. Global alliances are critical in managing issues such as pandemics and climate change. Countries that share common values often become allies in international negotiations. Unanimous. Fully agreed upon by everyone. A unanimous vote in favor of the new law showed widespread political agreement. The jury reached a unanimous verdict after carefully considering all available evidence. The decision to implement the new policy was unanimous among the board members. Conceal. Hide or keep something secret. It is essential to conceal personal data when sharing information online for privacy. Some corporations conceal harmful side effects of their products to protect profits. He tried to conceal his feelings of frustration behind a calm and composed demeanor. Consolidate. Strengthen or combine into one. Efforts to consolidate environmental policies can streamline governmental actions. To consolidate learning, students should review material regularly before the exam. The company aims to consolidate its market position through strategic partnerships. Vacant. Empty, unoccupied, or without activity. There are many vacant positions in the healthcare sector due to staffing shortages. The land remained vacant for decades, awaiting investment for urban development. Unused and vacant spaces can be repurposed for community development projects. Acute. Sharp, intense, or highly sensitive. An acute shortage of medical supplies in the region calls for immediate attention. Acute financial instability can lead to widespread social unrest and dissatisfaction. The country's acute environmental issues require urgent governmental intervention. Procrastinate. Delay or postpone doing something. Chronic procrastination can negatively affect one's mental and physical well-being. Procrastination often leads to incomplete tasks and can diminish overall productivity. Academic success is often hindered by the tendency to procrastinate on assignments. Monopoly. Exclusive control over a market. A monopoly may harm consumers by reducing options and driving up product costs. Government regulation is crucial to prevent the formation of monopolies in markets. Laws against monopolies exist to maintain healthy competition and consumer welfare. Undermine. Weaken or gradually ruin something. Financial instability can undermine consumer confidence and hurt the economy. Unclear regulations may undermine the effectiveness of national education systems. The media's portrayal of the situation could undermine efforts to resolve the conflict. Acknowledge. Recognize or admit something true. It is important to acknowledge the contributions of others in collaborative projects. Researchers must acknowledge the limitations of their studies to maintain credibility. Many leaders fail to acknowledge the impact of their policies on marginalized groups. Inflation. Increase in prices and reduced value. Inflation can erode savings, making it more difficult for people to maintain wealth. Inflationary pressures in the housing market are a key issue in urban development. High inflation can destabilize the economy, leading to a potential long-term recession. Costly. Expensive or causing great loss. Legal battles can be extremely costly, often causing financial strain on organizations. Higher education can be costly, making it inaccessible to many low-income students. The construction of the new highway proved to be a costly investment for taxpayers. Activate. Make something start working. Activating new technologies can improve efficiency and reduce operational costs. Mobile applications often activate notifications to keep users informed in real time. New technologies can activate quicker responses to public health crises, saving lives. Bankruptcy. Legal state of financial failure. Rising debts and poor management can lead to the bankruptcy of many businesses. In some cases, bankruptcy can result in a restructuring of the company's operations. Bankruptcy protection allows individuals to start fresh, free from overwhelming debt. Assemble. Gather or put things together. Volunteers will assemble at the designated site to organize the community event. The researchers will assemble data from various sources to support their hypothesis. It's important to assemble all relevant documents before submitting your application. Constant. Continuous and unchanging over time. A constant flow of information can overwhelm students during their final exams. The constant influx of information in modern society can be overwhelming for many. A constant effort to innovate is essential for maintaining a competitive business edge. Pioneering. Introducing new ideas or innovations. The company's pioneering approach to customer service set a new industry standard. Her pioneering research in renewable energy has earned her international recognition. The pioneering ideas behind social media have transformed the way we communicate. Obesity. Excessive body fat accumulation. Childhood obesity has become a serious concern, affecting millions of young people. Government initiatives must address obesity by promoting healthier lifestyle choices. Efforts to reduce obesity should focus on education and accessibility to healthier food. Contemplate. Think deeply or consider carefully. It's essential to contemplate the long-term impacts of economic policies on society. Students must contemplate various career options before choosing their future path. Politicians should contemplate the needs of future generations when making policies. Include. Contain as part of something. The event will include workshops on climate change, sustainability, and conservation. Proper nutrition should include a balance of protein, vitamins, and essential minerals. The report must include data from multiple sources to ensure accuracy and credibility. Diverse. Varied or having different elements. Urban areas are often home to diverse populations, creating vibrant communities. A diverse workforce is essential for fostering innovation and creativity in businesses. The company prides itself on having a diverse range of products catering to all needs. Depression. Persistent sadness or severe economic downturn. Economic downturns often lead to an increase in depression and unemployment rates. Economic policies that reduce poverty could help alleviate rates of depression globally. Addressing the root causes of depression requires holistic approaches to mental health. Invigorate. Give energy or refresh strength. A revitalized economy can invigorate the public's confidence in government policies. Regular exercise can invigorate both the body and mind, improving overall well-being. Fresh air and sunlight can invigorate students, helping them stay focused during class. Appear. Become visible or come into sight. The new technology may appear complex, but it offers numerous benefits over time. The study's results appear to support the hypothesis proposed earlier in the paper. The proposal will likely appear reasonable to those unfamiliar with the complex details. Crucial. Extremely important or essential for success. Understanding global issues is crucial for students in today's interconnected world. Innovation is crucial to the development of the technology sector in many countries. Critical thinking is crucial for students to succeed in academic and professional settings. Endurance. Ability to withstand hardship or prolonged effort. The project requires significant endurance to meet its long-term goals and deadlines. Regular physical activity helps increase endurance and overall health in the long run. The team's endurance was tested during the grueling marathon, but they persevered. Empower. Give authority, confidence, or control to someone. Education can empower individuals to overcome poverty and build brighter futures. Non-profits aim to empower people by providing tools and opportunities for growth. Training programs aim to empower students with the skills needed for future careers. Approve. Officially accept or agree to something. The board of directors must approve the budget before any new projects can begin. It's essential that both parties approve the contract before finalizing the agreement. Government officials must approve regulations that ensure public health and safety. Deficiency. Lack of something essential or necessary. Iron deficiency often results from poor diet or certain underlying health conditions. Soil nutrient deficiencies can reduce agricultural productivity and affect food supply. To avoid deficiency, it's important to maintain a balanced diet with essential vitamins. Prevention. Action taken to stop something from happening. Mental health awareness is essential for the prevention of depression and anxiety. Early detection and prevention of diseases can significantly reduce healthcare costs. Disease prevention programs in schools help raise awareness about healthy lifestyles. Deter. Discourage or prevent through fear or doubt. Financial incentives can deter students from dropping out of school prematurely. Public awareness campaigns can deter people from engaging in unhealthy habits. Strict regulations are implemented to deter companies from unethical practices. Isolate. Separate from others or keep apart. Countries may isolate themselves to protect their local industries from competition. It is important to isolate patients with contagious diseases to prevent further spread. The hospital will isolate those with severe symptoms to prevent cross-contamination. Amendment. A change or improvement to a law. The proposed amendment would reduce the tax burden on middle-class families. The amendment made to the contract addresses concerns raised by both parties. Amendments to the Constitution are critical to ensuring a fair and just legal system. Deterioration. Process of becoming worse or declining. Climate change accelerates the deterioration of natural ecosystems and biodiversity. The rapid deterioration of cultural heritage sites requires urgent conservation efforts. Environmental deterioration is a serious issue affecting biodiversity and ecosystems. Affiliate. Officially connect with a group or organization. International organizations affiliate with local groups to address global challenges. Individuals may affiliate with professional associations to enhance career prospects. Several universities affiliate with global partners to offer diverse exchange programs. Broad. Wide in extent or scope. A broad diversity of opinions is necessary for meaningful discussions on global issues. A broad range of courses is offered to students pursuing different academic interests. Broad educational reforms are required to ensure equitable access to quality learning. Hygiene. Practices that maintain cleanliness and health. Mental health can be improved through maintaining hygiene and self-care routines. Public health campaigns focus on educating people about the importance of hygiene. Personal hygiene habits like regular bathing help prevent skin infections and diseases. Intimidate. Frighten or threaten someone into submission. Authorities should not intimidate citizens who express their opinions during protests. The intimidating presence of the police can discourage illegal activity in public spaces. Legal threats may be used to intimidate individuals into settling disputes out of court. Straightforward. Simple, direct, and easy to understand. The process for applying to the program is straightforward and easy to understand. The design of the application is straightforward, ensuring a seamless user experience. To resolve the issue, a straightforward solution that addresses all concerns is needed. Erosion. Gradual destruction by natural forces. The rapid erosion of coastal areas is caused by both human activities and nature. Erosion can significantly impact agricultural lands, reducing soil quality over time. Urbanization has led to the erosion of traditional cultural practices in many regions. Bureaucracy. A complex administrative system with strict rules. The growth of bureaucracy in large organizations can stifle creativity and innovation. The complexity of bureaucracy often frustrates citizens seeking government services. Reforms are necessary to reduce the complexity of bureaucracy in public institutions. Accomplish. Successfully complete a task or goal. Through consistent effort, the students accomplished high marks in their final exams. If we collaborate effectively, we can accomplish the objectives set out in the proposal. The government must focus on strategies to accomplish sustainable economic growth. Finally, after a long time or process ends. After a long debate, the committee finally reached a consensus on the new policy. Finally, after years of research, the team succeeded in developing a viable solution. Finally, the law enforcement agencies caught the criminal responsible for the crime. Natural. Existing in nature, not artificial. The government should prioritize the conservation of natural habitats for wildlife. Natural resources, such as water and oil, are finite and require careful management. Natural beauty products are gaining popularity due to their perceived health benefits. Arbitrary. Based on random choice, not reason. Some argue that the allocation of resources in certain countries is often arbitrary. The judge's arbitrary ruling sparked controversy and raised questions about fairness. The teacher's arbitrary decision to cancel the class caused frustration among students. Rampant. Spreading uncontrollably or widespread. Corruption is rampant in many industries, affecting both public and private sectors. The spread of misinformation on social media has become rampant in recent years. The rise of cybercrime is rampant, challenging law enforcement agencies worldwide. Prioritize. Arrange tasks by importance or urgency. In healthcare, it's important to prioritize patient safety and well-being above all else. In times of crisis, governments must prioritize emergency response and relief efforts. It is crucial for policymakers to prioritize long-term sustainability over short-term gains. Maximum. Greatest possible amount or extent. The maximum speed limit on highways is designed to ensure the safety of all drivers. The goal is to achieve the maximum return on investment through strategic planning. Education systems must strive for maximum inclusion and equal opportunities for all. Contamination. Making something impure or polluted. Oil spills often lead to the contamination of marine ecosystems, harming aquatic life. Contamination of soil with chemicals can render agricultural land unfit for cultivation. The contamination of rivers and lakes threatens both biodiversity and human health. Outlaw. Prohibit or declare illegal by law. Many countries have passed laws to outlaw animal testing for cosmetic products. Outlawing smoking in public places has significantly improved public health outcomes. Policies should be enforced to outlaw practices that undermine democratic principles. Interrupt. Stop or hinder an action or conversation. The ongoing construction work frequently interrupts the daily life of local residents. It is impolite to interrupt someone when they are explaining their point in a debate. Interrupting others during a discussion can lead to misunderstandings and conflicts. Abundant. Existing in large amounts or plentiful. The market offers abundant options for consumers looking for affordable housing. The city is abundant in cultural landmarks, attracting tourists from around the world. The soil in this region is abundant in nutrients, supporting the growth of diverse crops. Complication. A difficult situation or problem. The complication of transportation infrastructure delays development in many cities. One complication of the disease is the development of chronic fatigue and weakness. His lack of experience became a complication during the complex negotiation process. Anticipate. Expect or predict something before happening. It's essential to anticipate future challenges in order to develop effective strategies. Governments must anticipate the effects of climate change and prepare accordingly. Many experts anticipate economic growth, despite recent financial market fluctuations. Backward. Directed toward the past or behind. The country's backward economic policies have hindered its growth and progress. The backward nature of the healthcare system in certain areas exacerbates poverty. Societies that remain backward in terms of gender equality face significant challenges. Archive. Store historical documents or important information. Archives play a crucial role in preserving important records and cultural heritage. Companies often archive old data for future reference and potential legal purposes. The preservation of archives allows researchers to trace the development of societies. Manuscript. A handwritten or typed document, often unpublished. The scientist presented the manuscript of his research paper at the conference. After revisions, the manuscript was finally accepted for publication in the journal. A handwritten manuscript can reveal the author's creative process and intentions. Irreparable. Not able to be repaired or fixed. The factory's toxic waste led to the irreparable contamination of the local river. The scandal caused irreparable harm to the company's reputation and credibility. Overuse of natural resources can lead to irreparable environmental consequences. Camouflage. Concealment by means of disguise or adaptation. Camouflage techniques vary greatly depending on specific habitats and threats. Designers incorporated camouflage elements into modern urban fashion styles. The deer's brown fur provides camouflage in the forest, helping it avoid detection. Topography. The arrangement of the physical features of an area. The topography of the region includes mountains, valleys, and expansive plains. The mountainous topography made transportation difficult in the remote areas. A detailed study of the topography helps in planning urban development projects. Plummet. To fall or drop straight down rapidly. Stock prices began to plummet after the company reported a significant loss. The value of the currency continued to plummet, leading to economic instability. Temperatures are expected to plummet overnight, so prepare for colder weather. Domestic. Relating to home or household affairs. Domestic policies should prioritize healthcare to ensure the well-being of citizens. Many countries prioritize domestic production to strengthen national economies. Domestic issues are often overshadowed by global conflicts in political discussions. Normally. Under normal circumstances, typically, usually. Normally, the process takes about 3 to 4 weeks to complete successfully. Normally, experiments undergo multiple trials before reaching valid conclusions. Normally, cities offer public transportation to ease the burden of traffic congestion. Conventional. Based on accepted standards or traditional practices. Conventional wisdom suggests that hard work leads to success and prosperity. In conventional farming, large-scale machines used to harvest crops efficiently. Conventional medicine often relies on evidence-based treatments for patient care. Agnostic. A person unsure of the existence of God. The software was platform agnostic, operating efficiently across multiple devices. As an agnostic, he valued open-minded discussions on matters of faith and reason. Many agnostic individuals believe in moral principles without adhering to a religion. Traitor. A person who betrays their country or cause. History has shown that many traitors were motivated by personal gain or ambition. Being a traitor in the eyes of society often leads to public shame and condemnation. In literature, the portrayal of a traitor often reflects themes of betrayal and conflict. Reform. To improve or change for the better. The government decided to reform the healthcare system to improve accessibility. Societal reforms often meet resistance from those who benefit from the status quo. A strong leader is needed to push forward significant political reforms in the country. Nevertheless, in spite of that, nonetheless, still. The book received mixed reviews, nevertheless, it became a bestseller worldwide. The results were disappointing, nevertheless, the research was incredibly valuable. His arguments were flawed, nevertheless, they inspired significant scholarly debate. Enormous. Extremely large in size, quantity, or degree. The corporation reported an enormous increase in profits during the past quarter. The project faced enormous logistical challenges during its implementation phase. The enormous increase in global temperatures has led to severe climate disruptions. Intruder. Someone who enters without permission or welcome. The Neighborhood Watch program helps reduce the risk of intruders in the area. The intruder disrupted the conference by entering unauthorized meeting rooms. Guards immediately arrested the intruder inside the government research facility. Contamination. The presence of harmful substances in something. Contamination incidents often trigger widespread environmental health concerns. Water contamination poses a serious health risk to communities around the world. Contamination from industrial pollutants can persist in the environment for decades. Scapegoat. A person blamed for the faults of others. Blaming a single person as a scapegoat can damage their reputation irreparably. Scapegoating can cause unnecessary harm, leading to social divisions and unrest. Blaming a scapegoat instead of addressing root causes leads to ineffective policies. Empirical. Based on observation or experience rather than theory. The researchers emphasized empirical evidence to support their theoretical claims. Empirical data can help policymakers make informed decisions about societal issues. Empirical studies revealed previously unknown factors influencing climate variability. Extempore. Spoken or done without preparation, impromptu. The speaker delivered an impressive extempore speech, without relying on notes. She was asked to deliver an extempore speech about environmental sustainability. Extempore speeches are challenging, as they require quick thinking and eloquence. Ballad. A poem or song narrating a story. The traditional ballad narrates ancient legends through simple, emotional lyrics. Ancient ballads often tell stories of heroic deeds, love, and betrayal in poetic form. Folk ballads are often passed down orally through generations, preserving tradition. Reinforce. To strengthen or support something further. Reinforce key arguments by providing detailed examples and statistical evidence. Educational programs aim to reinforce environmental awareness among students. Researchers reinforce their findings by conducting additional controlled experiments. Hence. For this reason, as a consequence, therefore. The company is expanding, hence the need to hire more skilled workers immediately. Pollution levels increased significantly, hence, urgent intervention became necessary. The research was inconclusive, hence, further studies are required to draw conclusions. Ecology. The interactions between organisms and environment. Conservation efforts aim to protect endangered species and preserve local ecology. Urbanization negatively impacts ecology by destroying natural habitats and species. Understanding ecology is essential for protecting biodiversity and natural ecosystems. Weather. Expressing a choice between alternatives or possibilities. The debate on whether technology benefits society remains ongoing in academia. Analysts questioned whether economic growth correlates with societal well-being. Students wondered whether the new curriculum enhanced academic performance. Transparent. Allowing light to pass through, clear, open. Transparent governance fosters greater trust between citizens and elected officials. Transparent regulations can lead to more efficient and equitable market competition. Transparent reporting is crucial for improving accountability in the healthcare system. Exaggeration. Overstating something beyond its actual truth. His exaggeration of the problem made the situation seem far worse than reality. Writers sometimes use exaggeration to emphasize key points in their arguments. Exaggeration in media reports can lead to unnecessary panic or fear among people. Combat. Engaging in a fight or struggle. International organizations work to combat poverty and inequality across nations. Laws are essential to combat corruption and promote transparency in governance. The healthcare system must combat rising diseases with improved medical research. Govern. To rule, control, or direct something officially. How nations govern their resources impacts global environmental sustainability. Educated leaders can govern efficiently and promote long-term prosperity for all. Effective leadership can govern nations through economic and political challenges. Pedantic. Overly concerned with minor academic details. The essay was criticized for its pedantic tone, focusing excessively on minute details. The professor's pedantic style made the lecture more difficult to follow for students. Pedantic individuals often miss the broader context by focusing on minor inaccuracies. Emission. The release of substances into the environment. Emission reduction targets were included in the International Climate Agreement. Efforts to control emissions have proven effective in reducing air pollution globally. Reducing emissions from industrial activities is crucial for combating climate change. Forensic. Relating to scientific crime investigation techniques. The forensic team's findings help determine the cause of the mysterious death. Forensic scientists play a vital role in modern criminal justice investigations globally. Forensic accounting helps track financial fraud in corporate organizations effectively. Identical. Exactly the same in every aspect. The two documents were nearly identical, with only minor differences in wording. Identical ingredients produced markedly different culinary results across kitchens. Identical twins often share the same genetic traits, but develop unique personalities. Notably. In a way that is important or remarkable. Several nations have notably reduced carbon emissions through sustainable policies. The company's profits have increased notably since the introduction of new products. Student participation increased notably after implementing digital learning platforms. Convey. To communicate or express a message clearly. Visual aids effectively convey complicated scientific ideas to broader audiences. The author uses metaphors to convey deep emotions and complex ideas in novels. The documentary aims to convey the importance of protecting endangered species. Rigid. Unable to bend, inflexible or strict. The rigid structure of traditional education discourages creative problem solving. Rigid regulations can often be counterproductive and limit necessary advancements. The rigid schedule did not allow students any free time to explore personal interests. Fathom. To understand something deeply and thoroughly. It's challenging to fathom how quickly the world is changing due to advancements. It's difficult to fathom the extent of the environmental damage caused by pollution. Most people cannot fathom the true depth of poverty in certain parts of the world. Advocate. To support or speak in favor of something. Students advocate incorporating technology into traditional classroom settings. Environmentalists advocate for stronger protections against industrial pollution. Advocacy groups advocate public awareness campaigns regarding climate change. Renovate. To restore something to a better condition. Many homeowners choose to renovate their kitchens to increase property value. Companies renovate office spaces to foster collaborative working environments. The university decided to renovate its library to provide modern learning resources. Fabricate. To invent, make, or construct something falsely. Some companies fabricate their product claims to attract more customers unfairly. Manufacturers fabricate components using high-precision machinery and robotics. Scientists should never fabricate results, as it undermines the credibility of research. Moreover. In addition, furthermore, also. The book is not only informative, moreover, it's engaging and thought-provoking. The economy is improving, moreover, the job market has shown significant growth. The company offers competitive salaries, moreover, it provides outstanding benefits. Genre. A category of literature, music, or art. Music genres like jazz, rock, and classical have distinct characteristics and rhythms. Literature can be divided into several genres, such as fiction, non-fiction, and drama. Literary genres like drama and poetry have unique characteristics and styles of writing. Orchestrate. To plan or arrange something strategically. The project manager must orchestrate multiple teams to complete tasks on time. The director orchestrated a complex scene with incredible precision and creativity. The leader orchestrated a strategic plan to tackle the company's financial challenges. Momentous. Of great significance or importance. Achieving independence was a momentous milestone in the nation's development. This momentous change in policy will affect both local and international communities. The momentous decision significantly altered the country's political landscape forever. Maneuver. A skillful or strategic movement or action. The driver skillfully executed a maneuver to avoid hitting the pedestrian on the road. The government had to maneuver carefully through delicate diplomatic negotiations. Students must maneuver academic pressures alongside social expectations effectively. Conclusive. Providing final proof or decisive results. Scientists stressed the importance of obtaining conclusive experimental validation. The DNA test results were conclusive, proving the suspect's innocence beyond doubt. The witness's testimony was conclusive in determining the defendant's whereabouts. Generous. Willing to give more than necessary. The teacher was generous with her time, offering extra help to struggling students. Being generous with both time and resources creates lasting bonds between people. The generous rewards offered by the company motivated employees to work harder. Monotonous. Dull, repetitive, and lacking variety. Monotonous routines discourage creativity and diminish workplace satisfaction. A monotonous diet can have negative effects on your overall health and well-being. Students often find long, monotonous exams to be mentally exhausting and stressful. Polygamy. The practice of having multiple spouses simultaneously. Laws regulating polygamy vary widely across different nations and legal systems. The practice of polygamy has sparked debates regarding its legality and morality. Studies suggest polygamy can sometimes foster financial instability within families. Dotage. Declining mental ability due to old age. His dotage was marked by an endearing innocence that made him more lovable. Her dotage was spent in the comfort of her home, surrounded by family and friends. The elderly man's dotage was marked by a decline in his physical and mental abilities. Palatable. pleasant to taste or acceptable in nature. The chef ensured the meal was not only delicious, but also aesthetically palatable. His arguments were presented in a palatable way, making them easy to understand. Educational reforms must remain palatable to teachers, students, and parents alike. Alleviate. Reduce or ease pain or suffering. Economic reforms are essential to alleviate the burden of unemployment on society. Policies aimed at improving public health can alleviate the burden of chronic diseases. Proper urban planning can alleviate congestion in major cities, improving quality of life. Promote. Encourage or advance something or someone. Social media campaigns can promote important public health messages effectively. Laws promoting gender equality can help reduce discrimination and foster inclusivity. Public transportation systems should be promoted to reduce traffic and air pollution. Discrimination. Unfair treatment based on differences. Legal reforms must aim to eliminate discrimination in the workplace and education. Discrimination based on race or gender is a major challenge in many societies today. Efforts to combat discrimination should focus on promoting equal opportunities for all. Disorder. A state of confusion or medical condition. Mental health disorders can disrupt daily life, affecting both work and relationships. Social disorder often arises from a lack of effective communication and cooperation. Eating disorders, such as anorexia, can have serious consequences if not treated early. Urban. Relating to cities or densely populated areas. Urban planning must consider both the social and environmental impacts of growth. Urban development must consider the preservation of green spaces and biodiversity. Public transportation systems are essential in urban areas to reduce traffic congestion. Efficient. Achieving maximum productivity with minimal waste. Efficient use of resources can significantly reduce environmental impact and waste. Renewable energy sources provide a more efficient solution to global energy needs. An efficient transportation system reduces congestion and improves urban mobility. Articulate. Express clearly in speech or writing. Researchers must be articulate when presenting their findings to a wider audience. Public speakers must articulate their messages confidently to engage their audience. The ability to articulate one's thoughts is essential for success in professional settings. Sovereignty. Supreme power or authority over territory. National sovereignty is a fundamental principle of international law and diplomacy. Sovereignty over natural resources should be a priority for governments worldwide. National sovereignty must be respected, especially in matters of territorial integrity. Preserve. Keep something safe or in good condition. Efforts to preserve cultural heritage are crucial for maintaining national identities. It is essential to preserve cultural heritage to maintain a society's identity and history. Efforts to preserve biodiversity are crucial for maintaining ecological balance on Earth. Biodiversity. Variety of life in an ecosystem. Deforestation poses a significant threat to biodiversity, causing species extinction. Biodiversity is essential for agricultural productivity and ecosystem services globally. Studies show that biodiversity loss can have severe consequences for human health. Safeguard. Protect from harm or danger. Effective policies safeguard citizens' rights while maintaining public safety and order. International treaties safeguard peace between conflicting nations, preventing wars. Technology can safeguard personal data, preventing privacy breaches and cybercrimes. Amendment. A change or addition to a law. The Constitution was amended to reflect the changing values of modern society. Constitutional amendments can significantly alter the balance of power in a nation. A proposed amendment to the law aims to protect workers' rights more effectively. Courteous. Polite, respectful, and considerate in behavior. Being courteous during debates ensures respectful exchanges of differing opinions. It is important to be courteous when interacting with people from different cultures. A courteous response to complaints can often resolve conflicts and misunderstandings. Artifact. Man-made object of historical significance. Each artifact from the excavation provided invaluable insights into early human life. Museums exhibit artifacts to educate the public about historical and cultural heritage. Museums preserve artifacts that represent the historical heritage of different societies. Work shift. Assigned working hours in a job. Employees working in shifts can ensure continuous production in industrial sectors. Work shifts allow companies to operate efficiently, even during non-business hours. Flexible work shifts help employees balance work and family commitments effectively. Conflicting. Opposing or contradictory ideas. The conflicting views on climate change policies highlight the complexity of the issue. The conflicting evidence presented in the trial complicated the jury's decision-making. The conflicting interests of the stakeholders complicated the decision-making process. Permanent. Lasting forever or indefinitely. The damage caused by the storm left permanent scars on the town's infrastructure. Over time, certain behaviors become permanent habits that shape personal identity. Many species are facing permanent extinction due to habitat loss and human activity. Mainstream. Widely accepted by most people. Over the years, online shopping has become a mainstream way of purchasing goods. The trend toward sustainable fashion is gaining momentum in the mainstream market. As technology evolves, once niche products gradually become part of the mainstream. Intelligence. Ability to learn, reason, and understand. Schools should emphasize both academic intelligence and creativity in their curricula. Cognitive intelligence alone cannot ensure success without strong interpersonal skills. Emotional intelligence plays a significant role in effective leadership and management. Propaganda. Biased information used to influence opinions. Propaganda campaigns during historical conflicts have often led to widespread fear. Political propaganda can manipulate public opinion by spreading biased information. Propaganda in the media can shape societal values and influence consumer behavior. Condemn. Strongly disapprove or criticize something. The government was quick to condemn the violent actions of the extremist group. Leaders worldwide condemned the attack on democratic institutions as undemocratic. The court condemned the defendant's actions, punishing him to a lengthy prison term. Zenith. The highest or most successful point. The company reached its zenith during the late 1990s, before experiencing a decline. At the zenith of his career, he received numerous prestigious awards for excellence. The zenith of technological development was marked by the creation of the Internet. Emergence. The process of coming into existence. The emergence of new technologies is changing the landscape of global industries. The emergence of online education platforms has revolutionized traditional learning. The emergence of a global market has made international trade more interconnected. Assurance. A promise or confidence in something. The government offered assurance that the new laws would protect workers' rights. I need assurance that the company will meet its environmental sustainability targets. The assurance of job stability encouraged many workers to stay with the organization. Racism. Discrimination based on race or ethnicity. Racism in the workplace can lead to a toxic environment and hinder productivity. Addressing racism requires collective action from both individuals and institutions. Addressing racism requires both individual and systemic changes to create equality. Distortion. Twisting or misrepresenting facts. The distortion of facts in the media can mislead the public and create confusion. Distortion of the truth can have severe consequences for both individuals and society. The distortion of the environment through pollution poses serious risks to biodiversity. Productivity. Efficiency in producing goods or results. Productivity can be enhanced through focused and well-organized work processes. Sustainable practices are crucial to maintaining long-term productivity in industries. Remote work environments have proven to increase productivity for many individuals. Ancestor. A person from whom one descends. Understanding ancestor migration patterns can offer insight into historical events. Ancestral knowledge and traditions play a crucial role in preserving cultural heritage. Our ancestors faced many challenges, but their resilience shaped our current society. Work-life balance. Equal time for work and personal life. Work-life balance is crucial to prevent burnout and increase employee satisfaction. Maintaining a healthy work-life balance encourages long-term career sustainability. Achieving a work-life balance is essential for maintaining mental and physical health. Census. Official population count or survey. A national census helps policymakers allocate resources based on population data. The government conducted a census to assess the country's demographic changes. The national census helps governments allocate resources based on population needs. Incentive. Motivation or reward for doing something. Governments offer tax incentives to encourage businesses to invest in innovation. Incentives like bonuses can significantly improve motivation and work productivity. Social incentives encourage individuals to participate in community service projects. Deterioration. Process of becoming worse over time. Air pollution contributes to the deterioration of the environment and public health. Without proper maintenance, the deterioration of infrastructure can disrupt daily life. Economic deterioration is often caused by poor financial management and corruption. Entrepreneur. Someone who starts a business. Successful entrepreneurs possess qualities such as innovation, resilience, and vision. The number of young entrepreneurs has been growing due to increased opportunities. Education in entrepreneurship equips individuals with the skills to succeed in business. Apathy. Lack of interest, enthusiasm, or concern. Economic hardships often exacerbate apathy within disenfranchised populations. Apathy toward social issues can result in a lack of meaningful progress in society. She noticed a growing sense of apathy among the students toward their assignments. Insomnia. The inability to fall or stay asleep. Insomnia often coexists with anxiety, depression, and other psychological issues. Students suffering from insomnia frequently report reduced cognitive performance. Many individuals turn to medication as a solution for their persistent insomnia issues. Irreparable. Impossible to fix, repair, or undo. Proper regulation can prevent irreparable consequences in emerging industries. Dishonesty can cause irreparable damage to personal and professional relationships. The loss of valuable data in the crash was irreparable and caused significant setbacks. Unquestionable. Beyond doubt, absolutely certain. Public trust depends on the unquestionable transparency of government actions. Unquestionable commitment from educators is vital for successful school reforms. Her unquestionable talent in music earned her a scholarship to the prestigious school. Gargantuan. Extremely large, enormous, or massive. Technological innovation can sometimes lead to gargantuan shifts in labor markets. The Gargantuan storm caused widespread destruction across several coastal regions. The company's gargantuan profits were a result of its innovative marketing strategies. Hierarchy. A ranking system based on importance. A clear organizational hierarchy enhances workplace efficiency and accountability. A clear hierarchy within an organization ensures that tasks are delegated effectively. Some cultures place great importance on hierarchy and respect for authority figures. Adhere. To stick firmly or follow rules strictly. Adhering to healthy eating habits can significantly improve long-term well-being. The team members agreed to adhere to the guidelines set by the project manager. The company expects employees to adhere to strict ethical standards in their work. Arrival. The act of reaching a place. The manager greeted the arrival of the new employee with a welcoming attitude. Arrival of foreign investment stimulated rapid economic development nationwide. The arrival of new technologies revolutionized traditional manufacturing industries. Opaque. Not transparent, difficult to understand. The opaque waters of the lake made it difficult to see the fish swimming beneath. The opaque glass in the office building provides privacy while allowing natural light. Some legal documents remain opaque to the general public, hindering transparency. Formulate. To create or develop systematically. Teachers formulate creative methods to foster student engagement in classrooms. The teacher asks students to formulate their own opinions based on the research. The team will need to formulate a detailed proposal before presenting it to investors. Indeed. Emphasizing truth or agreement strongly. The government, indeed, must take swift action to mitigate the effects of pollution. The weather forecast predicts rain. Indeed, it has already started to drizzle outside. Indeed, the latest advancements in medicine have saved millions of lives worldwide. Homogeneous. Composed of similar or identical elements. A homogeneous workforce may lack diverse perspectives, essential for innovation. The company's workforce was once homogeneous, but diversity is now encouraged. Industrial designs often become homogeneous due to the dominance of global trends. Align. To position things in a straight line. Governments must align policies with both domestic and international standards. The company's mission and vision must align to achieve overall business objectives. Teachers need to align their teaching methods with modern educational standards. Advanced. Highly developed or ahead in progress. Advanced medical research has led to breakthroughs in treating chronic diseases. Advanced computing systems have revolutionized the field of artificial intelligence. Military strength depends heavily on advanced weaponry and strategic intelligence. Curator. A person responsible for museum collections. Curators are responsible for ensuring the integrity of the collections they manage. The curator's expertise significantly enhances the educational value of the museum. Good curators create narratives that connect audiences with artworks meaningfully. Subsequently. Occurring after something else in time. His theories were published and subsequently gained international recognition. Economic sanctions were imposed and subsequently lifted following negotiations. Medical trials succeeded and subsequently led to widespread vaccine distribution. Chronic. Lasting for a long time persistently. Chronic pollution damages the environment and endangers public health severely. Chronic diseases like diabetes require lifelong management and lifestyle adjustments. Chronic unemployment remains a significant issue in many developing countries today. Numeracy. The ability to understand mathematical concepts. Adults with strong numeracy skills tend to earn higher wages in many professions. The government's focus on numeracy education aims to address skill gaps in society. Improving numeracy skills is crucial for students' success in science and mathematics. Fanatic. A person with extreme and intense enthusiasm. The fanatic audience cheered wildly during the performance of their favorite band. Some argue that fanatic behavior can harm social cohesion and peaceful discussion. Fanatic supporters of the team gathered to celebrate their recent championship win. Materialistic. Excessively concerned with material possessions. In today's materialistic society, wealth often defines success and personal value. A materialistic mindset can sometimes overshadow more meaningful life pursuits. A materialistic approach to life often overlooks intangible qualities such as kindness. Contemporary. Belonging to the present time, modern. Contemporary art often challenges traditional perceptions of beauty and creativity. Many contemporary issues, like climate change, require urgent global cooperation. Advances in contemporary science continue to reshape our understanding of health. Aerial. Existing, happening, or operating in the air. Aerial surveys help researchers monitor environmental changes and assess land use. The aerial survey of the forest helped researchers assess the extent of deforestation. Aerial photography provides valuable insights into urban planning and development. Jeopardy. Danger of harm, loss, or failure. Financial instability places many businesses in jeopardy of collapsing in a recession. Human health is in jeopardy when harmful substances contaminate water supplies. Climate change places biodiversity in jeopardy, threatening ecosystems and species. Retain. To keep or hold onto something. Despite challenges, the company was able to retain its position as a market leader. Governments need to retain control over natural resources to ensure sustainability. Schools must retain a focus on student well-being, alongside academic achievement. Optimist. A person who always expects positive outcomes. In challenging environments, being an optimist can significantly boost morale. An optimist always looks for the positive aspects, even in challenging situations. Optimists are more likely to embrace change and face obstacles with enthusiasm. Pessimist. A person who expects the worst. The pessimist's outlook can sometimes prevent them from taking necessary risks. A pessimist's constant worry can hinder personal growth and professional success. The pessimist's predictions often leave little room for optimism or positive change. Polyglot. A person who speaks multiple languages fluently. A polyglot can deeply understand the nuances within different literary traditions. Being a polyglot enables easier communication across multiple cultural boundaries. A polyglot can easily navigate international environments due to their linguistic skills. Camouflage. Concealing something by blending with surroundings. Animals use camouflage to avoid predators and enhance their chances of survival. Effective camouflage often requires adaptation to various environmental changes. Camouflage technologies continue advancing with innovative materials and designs. Connotation. The implied or associated meaning of words. In literature, connotation enriches character development and thematic complexity. The term entrepreneur carries connotations of innovation, risk-taking, and success. Certain colors carry different connotations in various cultural contexts and traditions. Pedagogy. The method and practice of teaching. The study of pedagogy prepares educators for a variety of teaching challenges. Pedagogy incorporates diverse learning styles, ensuring all students' needs are met. Pedagogy focuses on the development of both academic and social skills in students. Jargon. Specialized language used by specific groups. Medical jargon often confuses patients who lack healthcare background knowledge. Academic jargon often complicates communication between experts and the public. In medical fields, jargon is essential for accurate communication among professionals. Cosmopolitan. Familiar with and accepting different cultures. His cosmopolitan background helped him secure international job opportunities. Universities aim to create a cosmopolitan environment for international students. A cosmopolitan perspective helps individuals understand diverse global social issues. Infallible. Incapable of making mistakes or failing. The infallible nature of the algorithm is often challenged in dynamic environments. While the scientist's theory seemed infallible, further studies challenged its validity. People often seek infallible solutions, but uncertainty is inherent in most processes. Ancestor. A person from whom one is descended. Many indigenous people still honor the traditions passed down by their ancestors. The study of human ancestors can provide valuable insights into early civilizations. My ancestors immigrated to this country in search of better economic opportunities. Dwindle. To gradually decrease in size or amount. The town's economy began to dwindle after the local industries were outsourced. The number of available jobs in rural areas continues to dwindle due to automation. Overfishing has caused fish populations to dwindle, threatening marine biodiversity. Keen. Highly interested, eager, or sharp. The keen competition among students encourages them to strive for excellence. He showed a keen sense of curiosity, questioning everything he learned in class. Keen observation of animal behavior can reveal insights into their social structures. Intonation. The rise and fall of voice pitch. In spoken English, intonation can distinguish between a statement and a question. In spoken language, intonation can change the meaning of a sentence dramatically. Intonation patterns vary across different languages, contributing to cultural identity. Deal with. Handle or manage a situation effectively. We must deal with the environmental impacts of industrialization through policies. Parents must learn to deal with their children's behavioral challenges as they grow. Teachers are trained to deal with a variety of learning styles and classroom dynamics. Itinerant. Traveling frequently, moving from place. The itinerant lifestyle can be difficult, but it offers a chance for diverse experiences. Farmers in rural areas often live an itinerant life, as they move with harvest seasons. Many itinerant workers travel from one location to another, in search of employment. Comply. Follow rules or instructions. Employees are required to comply with workplace safety standards to avoid accidents. Governments must ensure that industries comply with environmental protection laws. Schools are required to comply with national standards for curriculum and assessment. Job security. Assurance of employment stability. Technological advancements sometimes threaten job security in certain industries. A company's financial stability contributes to the overall job security of employees. Strong job security leads to higher employee morale and greater work commitment. Analogy. Comparison highlighting similarities. Analogies often help readers relate new ideas to familiar experiences or knowledge. The analogy of a puzzle is often used to describe how different elements fit together. The analogy of a growing economy to a flourishing garden helps illustrate the process. Breeding. Producing offspring or raising animals. The Internet has been breeding misinformation at an unprecedented rate globally. Ethical considerations must be addressed in animal breeding practices for research. Sustainable breeding practices are crucial to preventing genetic defects in livestock. Intensify. Increase in strength, degree, or force. Climate change will intensify extreme weather events, such as floods and droughts. As competition in the industry intensifies, companies must innovate to stay relevant. Global warming will likely intensify if no major interventions are implemented soon. Role model. Someone admired and imitated by others. A positive role model can inspire young individuals to pursue their goals effectively. Parents and teachers should serve as role models to guide children's development. A good role model encourages others to strive for excellence and self-improvement. Accelerate. Increase the speed or progress of something. International cooperation is needed to accelerate efforts against global health crises. Automation will likely accelerate unemployment in certain manual labor sectors soon. Companies must accelerate innovation to maintain competitiveness in global markets. Discipline. Training to improve behavior or skills. Parents should enforce discipline in children to encourage responsibility and respect. Effective discipline strategies in schools contribute to a positive learning environment. Sports require discipline to maintain physical fitness and achieve competitive success. Truancy. Unexcused absence from school or duties. Excessive truancy often leads to legal consequences for both students and parents. The rise in truancy rates has become a significant concern for educators worldwide. Strict truancy laws have been implemented to reduce absenteeism in public schools. Traverse. Travel across or through a place. Researchers have to traverse difficult terrains to gather accurate geographical data. Students often traverse new academic challenges in their transition to university life. Students need to traverse different cultural hurdles when studying abroad successfully. Bullying. Repeated aggressive behavior towards someone weaker. Bullying in schools can lead to long-term psychological effects for students involved. Authorities must implement strict policies to prevent and address bullying behaviors. Parental involvement is crucial to preventing bullying among primary school students. Adolescent. A young person transitioning into adulthood. Peer pressure often influences adolescent decision-making and risk-taking behaviors. Adolescents must learn how to navigate complex social and academic environments. Adolescents tend to experience rapid emotional and physical changes during puberty. Upbringing. The way someone is raised or educated. Education, along with upbringing, affects a child's social and emotional development. Upbringing based on discipline fosters greater academic and professional success later. Poor upbringing environments often lead to emotional instability and social difficulties. Reconcile. Restore friendly relations after conflict. It's difficult to reconcile individual ambitions with collective organizational goals. Politicians must reconcile opposing factions to maintain social harmony and peace. Efforts to reconcile different cultural practices require patience and understanding. Nurture. Support or care for growth and development. Companies should nurture innovation to maintain a competitive edge in the market. Parents must nurture children's creativity to prepare them for a dynamic workforce. Nurture resilience by encouraging students to view setbacks as growth opportunities. Emphasize. Give special importance or stress. Researchers often emphasize the role of data analysis in drawing valid conclusions. The study emphasizes how socioeconomic factors influence educational outcomes. Policies should emphasize environmental sustainability to protect future generations. Breadwinner. Main provider of income in a family. Women have increasingly become the breadwinners in many households globally. In many families, the father is often considered the primary breadwinner in society. Economic changes have redefined the traditional role of the breadwinner in families. Peer pressure. Influence from people of same age. Educational programs should teach students how to resist negative peer pressure. Peer pressure may lead students to prioritize social acceptance over academic goals. Schools should educate students about handling peer pressure in difficult situations. Optimize. Make the best use of something. Companies must optimize their resources to maintain financial stability and growth. Advanced algorithms optimize data processing for faster and more accurate results. Businesses must optimize their operations to remain competitive in global markets. Conjecture. A guess based on incomplete information. Without clear data, any conjecture regarding the outcome remains highly unreliable. The professor dismissed the student's conjecture as purely speculative and unproven. Historical research sometimes relies heavily on conjecture and fragmentary evidence. Dismantle. Take apart or remove systematically. Protesters demanded authorities dismantle laws restricting freedom of speech. Policymakers aim to dismantle unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles in public services. The government aims to dismantle inefficient policies that hinder economic growth. Constitution. Fundamental principles governing a nation. Constitutional amendments reflect evolving societal values and legal perspectives. The country's constitution guarantees fundamental human rights and civil liberties. Amending the constitution requires extensive legislative approval and public support. Delegate. Assign tasks or authority to others. The manager must delegate tasks efficiently to improve overall team productivity. Clear instructions are crucial when leaders delegate authority to junior employees. It's essential to delegate work to maintain productivity and avoid unnecessary stress. Horizontal. parallel to the ground or level. Horizontal drilling techniques have improved oil extraction efficiency significantly. In some cases, horizontal diversification helps companies minimize risks effectively. The earthquake caused severe horizontal displacement of the building's foundation. Exposure. Being subjected to external conditions. Prolonged exposure to pollution can have serious health consequences for residents. Exposure to modern technology is essential for staying competitive in the job market. Limited exposure to technology hampers students' digital literacy development today. Hinder. Create obstacles or slow progress. Financial constraints often hinder students from pursuing higher education abroad. Excessive bureaucracy can hinder economic development and foreign investments. Environmental degradation can hinder sustainable economic growth in many regions. Arbitration. Settling disputes through a neutral mediator. Arbitration provides a cost-effective alternative to lengthy legal disputes in court. The company turned to arbitration to resolve the disagreement between partners. The arbitration process requires both parties to accept a neutral mediator's decision. Tranquil. Calm, peaceful, and free from disturbance. Coastal regions often provide a tranquil retreat from urban life's hectic demands. A tranquil environment is essential for productive studying and focused thinking. In the early morning, the tranquil silence of the beach was breathtakingly peaceful. Fellow. A companion, colleague, or equal. Helping fellow community members fosters a culture of kindness and cooperation. Engaging in discussions with fellow students broadens one's intellectual perspective. As a fellow researcher, she contributed valuable insights to the scientific community. Combat. Engage in fighting or battle. Effective strategies are required to combat misinformation on digital platforms. Educational programs combat illiteracy by providing accessible learning resources. International cooperation is essential to combat terrorism and ensure global peace. Bureaucracy. Complex system of administration and regulations. bureaucracy often stifles creativity and innovation within governmental institutions. Corruption within bureaucracy undermines public trust in governmental institutions. Reducing government bureaucracy can facilitate faster approval of business startups. In-depth. Thorough and detailed analysis or discussion. The study offers an in-depth exploration of renewable energy's potential benefits. The report contains an in-depth examination of pollution's long-term consequences. In-depth analysis helps policymakers craft more effective and sustainable legislation. Contribute. Give or add to a cause. Effective teamwork contributes to higher productivity and innovation in workplaces. Tourism contributes substantially to a country's economy by generating employment. Urbanization contributes to both economic progress and environmental degradation. Sanction. Official approval or penalty for disobedience. Many countries lifted sanctions after diplomatic negotiations led to policy changes. Trade sanctions can severely impact a country's economy and international relations. The Council decided to sanction the proposal after thorough examination and debate. Moderate. Not extreme, within reasonable limits. A moderate diet is essential for maintaining good health and preventing diseases. Moderate reforms are sometimes more effective than radical, sweeping changes. Moderate political views tend to attract wider public support and long-term stability. Collaboration. Working together to achieve a goal. Collaboration in academic research enhances the credibility and reach of findings. Effective collaboration between governments improves disaster response strategies. Open communication is a key component of successful collaboration in organizations. Cope with. Manage or deal with difficulties. Many countries struggle to cope with the increasing demand for healthcare services. Psychological support is essential for people to cope with traumatic life experiences. To cope with climate change, nations must adopt sustainable environmental practices. Referendum. A public vote on a political decision. The citizens demanded a referendum to express their opinion on taxation reforms. Holding a referendum ensures public involvement in major governmental decisions. The citizens demanded a referendum to express their opinion on taxation reforms. Trust. Belief in someone's reliability or honesty. The lack of trust in government policies often leads to widespread public skepticism. A transparent legal system is essential to maintaining trust in democratic institutions. The erosion of trust in media sources has fueled the spread of misinformation globally. Compelling. Attracting strong interest or admiration. His compelling speech inspired youth participation in environmental movements. Strong leadership and compelling vision drive organizational success and innovation. A compelling argument is necessary to persuade policymakers to implement change. Persuade. Convince someone to believe or act. Politicians often persuade voters by appealing to their emotions rather than facts. Teachers often persuade students to pursue higher education opportunities abroad. Advertisements aim to persuade consumers through emotional and rational appeals. Bilateral. Involving two sides or parties. The two nations signed a bilateral agreement to enhance economic cooperation. A bilateral approach to diplomacy fosters stronger international relations and trust. Bilateral negotiations require mutual understanding and willingness to compromise. Habitually. Done repeatedly or as a habit. People who habitually exercise tend to maintain better physical and mental health. Habitually procrastinating can lead to unnecessary stress and reduced productivity. Studies show that habitually eating unhealthy foods can increase the risk of obesity. Privacy. The right to keep personal matters confidential. Many people sacrifice privacy for convenience when using social media platforms. Privacy concerns have increased due to widespread surveillance and data breaches. Governments must balance national security measures with citizens' right to privacy. Urge. A strong desire, or to strongly encourage. Scientists urge immediate action to address the consequences of climate change. Researchers urge more funding for medical advancements and disease prevention. Environmentalists urge governments to implement stricter policies against pollution. Legislation. Laws made or enacted by governments. New legislation aims to reduce carbon emissions and promote renewable energy. Strong legislation is necessary to protect endangered species from illegal poaching. Strict legislation is essential in preventing financial fraud and corporate misconduct. Safety. Protection from harm, danger, or risk. Technology companies must implement robust safety measures to protect user data. Personal safety apps have become essential tools for travelers in unfamiliar locations. Workplace safety regulations protect employees from hazardous working conditions. Arid. Extremely dry with little rainfall. The arid climate of deserts makes agriculture nearly impossible without irrigation. The government initiated afforestation projects to combat soil erosion in arid zones. Agriculture struggles to survive in extremely arid regions without irrigation systems. Manifestation. Visible expression of a concept. Technological innovation is a manifestation of human creativity and determination. The manifestation of economic inequality can lead to social unrest in many societies. Climate change is a manifestation of the excessive human impact on the environment. Generalize. Make broad statements from specific cases. It is dangerous to generalize complex social problems without sufficient evidence. Researchers caution against attempts to generalize results beyond specific contexts. We should avoid attempts to generalize cultural behaviors across different societies. Confess. Admit wrongdoing or reveal the truth. It is important for individuals to confess their mistakes in order to learn from them. She refused to confess her involvement, despite the overwhelming proof against her. Corporate. Related to large businesses or companies. Transparency in corporate governance builds trust among investors and customers. The corporate world is highly competitive, requiring employees to constantly upskill. Some corporate executives earn significantly more than their lower-level employees. Influencer. Someone who affects others' decisions. Influencer endorsements can significantly impact consumer purchasing decisions. Many teenagers aspire to become an influencer because of the glamorous lifestyle. Social media influencer marketing has become a powerful tool for brand promotion. Capable. Having the ability to do something. She is capable of handling complex problems with efficiency and logical reasoning. The research team was capable of finding innovative solutions to global challenges. She is highly capable of managing large projects under tight deadlines and pressure. Assert. State confidently or firmly. Effective communication allows people to assert their ideas without causing conflict. It is important for employees to assert their rights within the workplace environment. Nations often assert sovereignty when foreign interests threaten national resources. Catastrophe. A sudden disaster causing great damage. Financial mismanagement caused a catastrophe for the once thriving corporation. A technological catastrophe could occur if cybersecurity measures are not improved. The oil spill was an environmental catastrophe, damaging marine life and ecosystems. Bias. Unfair preference or prejudice. Teachers should recognize their biases to ensure equal treatment of all students. Bias in scientific research can lead to misleading conclusions and unethical practices. Gender bias in the workplace prevents many women from advancing in their careers. Coherent. Logical, clear, and well-connected. To be persuasive, an argument must be coherent and supported by strong evidence. Without proper organization, ideas become scattered and lack a coherent structure. Effective communication relies on presenting ideas in a coherent and logical manner. Mature. Fully developed physically or mentally. The company prefers hiring mature candidates with extensive industry experience. As a mature adult, she demonstrated leadership skills and excellent decision-making. Mature individuals handle conflicts calmly and constructively in professional settings. Censorship. Suppression of information or speech. Government censorship limits freedom of expression and stifles political dissent. Historical censorship efforts have suppressed revolutionary scientific discoveries. Internet censorship restricts access to diverse viewpoints and academic resources. Violation. Breaking a law or rule. The new policy aims to prevent any further violation of intellectual property rights. The violation of data privacy laws has caused significant public outrage and distrust. Strict penalties are necessary to deter the violation of environmental protection laws. Combine. Mix or bring together different elements. Successful marketing strategies combine emotional appeal and logical persuasion. Companies often combine online and offline marketing strategies to maximize sales. Political movements often combine diverse groups with different goals and agendas. Trend. A popular direction or tendency. A global trend toward renewable energy sources is becoming increasingly evident. The trend of globalization has led to increased cultural exchange between countries. The trend in fashion has shifted from minimalistic to more vibrant and eclectic styles. Depletion. Reduction or exhaustion of resources. Depletion of groundwater resources poses serious challenges for future generations. The depletion of natural resources threatens the sustainability of future generations. The depletion of soil nutrients affects agricultural productivity in developing countries. Hinder. Slow down or obstruct progress. Poor infrastructure can significantly hinder economic development in rural regions. Unreliable internet access may hinder digital learning opportunities in remote areas. Cultural barriers often hinder effective communication in multinational corporations. Eradication. Complete destruction or elimination. The complete eradication of corruption requires strict law enforcement measures. Eradication of hunger demands coordinated efforts among all global communities. Successful eradication of crime needs community support and strong governance. Artificial. Made by humans, not natural. Many people are concerned about artificial intelligence replacing human workers. Artificial intelligence raises ethical concerns regarding data privacy and autonomy. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing healthcare through advanced diagnostic tools. Shrink. Become smaller in size. Water supplies shrink in drought-prone areas, affecting agriculture and livelihoods. As the company faces financial difficulties, its workforce has begun to shrink steadily. With each passing year, the habitat of endangered species continues to shrink rapidly. Cybercrime. Criminal activity using computers or networks. Law enforcement agencies struggle to keep pace with growing cybercrime trends. Law enforcement agencies struggle to keep up with evolving cybercrime techniques. Cybercrime poses a severe threat to both individuals and multinational corporations. Assistance. Help or support for someone. The government provided financial assistance to families affected by the disaster. Seeking professional assistance is often the best way to tackle complex legal issues. Volunteers offered assistance to those stranded after the unexpected flood occurred. Lenient. Not strict or harsh in punishment. Many parents argue that school policies should be less lenient regarding cheating. Although the school has a lenient dress code, some students still challenge the rules. A lenient approach to punishment can sometimes lead to undesirable consequences. Endorsement. Public approval or support for something. The product's success relied heavily on the public endorsement of influential figures. Many celebrities have given their endorsement to environmentally friendly initiatives. She received a glowing endorsement from her former employer, aiding her job search. Thus, as a result or in this way. The study shows significant results, thus, further research is warranted in this area. The new policy has been implemented, thus, it is now in effect across departments. She studied extensively for months, thus, her performance in exams was outstanding. Integration. Combining parts into a unified whole. The successful integration of new employees into the team took several months. Integration of renewable energy sources is crucial for reducing carbon emissions. Integration of green spaces into urban planning contributes to better public health. Manipulate. Influence or control something skillfully. He was able to manipulate the situation to his advantage without others noticing. Skilled negotiators can manipulate the conversation to reach favorable agreements. Some media outlets manipulate the news to align with their ideological preferences. Generous. Willing to give more than necessary. A generous gift from the foundation helped restore the historical monument. His generous donation helped rebuild the school after the devastating earthquake. Generous support from donors allowed the university to build new campus facilities. Specimen. A sample representing a group or whole. Each specimen was carefully catalogued to ensure accurate data for future studies. The specimen of the endangered plant species was preserved for scientific research. The zoo's collection of animal specimens provides valuable insights into biodiversity. Intrinsic. Belonging naturally, essential and inherent. The intrinsic value of education lies in its ability to foster critical thinking skills. The intrinsic qualities of the material make it ideal for use in aerospace engineering. The study focused on the intrinsic properties of the substance to determine its uses. Invade. Enter forcefully and cause disruption. Tourists sometimes invade indigenous territories, disrupting traditional ways of life. Invasive species often invade ecosystems, causing severe environmental imbalances. The army prepared to invade the region as tensions between the countries escalated. Algorithm. A step-by-step procedure for calculations. Researchers developed a new algorithm to enhance the speed of data processing. The algorithm used in data analysis helps to identify patterns within large datasets. Social media platforms use sophisticated algorithms to personalize user experiences. Scrutiny. Close and careful examination or observation. The project will undergo careful scrutiny before any further funding is provided. His actions were closely scrutinized by the media following the controversial event. The research findings came under scrutiny after being questioned by several experts. Indeed. Used to emphasize truth or agreement. The novel's themes, indeed, reflect complex issues in modern society and politics. The study's findings indeed confirmed the hypothesis set out in previous research. His accomplishments were indeed remarkable, given the challenging circumstances. Replenish. Restore, refill, or make complete again. Replenishing the planet's natural resources is vital for future generations' survival. The government is working to replenish the national reserves with additional stocks. We must replenish the soil with nutrients to ensure sustainable agricultural practices. Endorsement. Public approval or support of something. Celebrity endorsement can significantly influence consumer purchasing decisions. The candidate's endorsement by influential figures boosted his election campaign. The book's endorsement by renowned authors attracted a large number of readers. Taboo. Forbidden or prohibited by social norms. Some topics, like politics and religion, are considered taboo in social gatherings. Many cultures have long held certain food practices as taboo for religious reasons. Discussing mental health openly remains a taboo in many traditional communities. Alignment. Arrangement in a correct or proper position. Strategic alignment enhances organizational coherence and resource allocation. The company's policies should reflect alignment with global sustainability standards. The team's goals must be in alignment with the company's overall vision for success. Abundant. Existing in large quantities, plentiful. The abundant data available allows researchers to draw more accurate conclusions. The forest is home to an abundant variety of wildlife, supporting ecological balance. There are abundant opportunities for students to engage in extracurricular activities. Tentative. Uncertain, hesitant, or not finalized. His tentative approach to leadership was influenced by his lack of experience. The tentative timeline for the project completion is subject to unforeseen delays. The government made a tentative proposal to reduce carbon emissions gradually. Resolve. Firmly decide or find a solution. The resolution of the issue requires a combination of legal and political efforts. The United Nations intervened to resolve the ongoing regional conflict peacefully. The summit aimed to resolve geopolitical tensions through diplomatic negotiations. Facilitate. Make an action or process easier. Workshops are organized to facilitate the sharing of knowledge and best practices. Technology can facilitate the rapid dissemination of information to large audiences. Proper planning can facilitate the smooth implementation of new business strategies. Breakthrough. A sudden, important discovery or progress. The artist's breakthrough work challenged traditional concepts of art and design. Researchers celebrated a major breakthrough in developing a universal flu vaccine. This medical breakthrough offers hope for patients suffering from chronic diseases. Ubiquitous. Present or found everywhere, widespread. In today's world, smartphones are ubiquitous, shaping communication and daily life. Social media has become ubiquitous, altering how people communicate and interact. Globalization has made certain cultural elements ubiquitous across different nations. Concentrate. Focus one's attention or mental effort. Concentrate on quality rather than quantity when preparing for competitive exams. Researchers concentrate on innovative approaches to address global food shortages. During exams, students must concentrate fully to retain information and perform well. Ominous. Giving a sign of future danger. Dark clouds in the sky had an ominous effect, signaling an approaching storm. Ominous trends in public opinion point towards a potential shift in political power. The team noticed ominous signals of failure, despite their best efforts and strategies. Abuse. Misuse or treat someone harmfully. Abuse of power by government officials undermines trust in political institutions. Domestic abuse continues to be a critical issue that requires urgent societal action. Abuse of political power often undermines democratic institutions and public trust. Unequivocal. Clear, absolute, or leaving no doubt. The president gave an unequivocal statement condemning all forms of violence. The jury delivered an unequivocal verdict, convicting the defendant of all charges. His unequivocal support for the proposal helped secure its approval in the Senate. Overwhelm. Overcome completely or overpower emotionally. The scale of the disaster was enough to overwhelm emergency response teams. The pressure to meet deadlines can overwhelm even the most efficient workers. The overwhelming success of the campaign led to its expansion into other regions. Encryption. Converting data into secure code. Advances in encryption technology have made digital communication more secure. The rise in cybercrime emphasizes the importance of encryption for online security. Encryption techniques help prevent the theft of personal data in online transactions. Climax. The most intense or important moment. The festival's climax featured a spectacular fireworks display across the night sky. Climactic events in history often bring about significant societal and political change. The climax of the debate highlighted the key differences in each candidate's position. Vivid. Clear, detailed, and intensely bright. Her vivid description of the landscape brought the setting to life for the audience. The speaker's vivid portrayal of historical events captivated the listener's attention. The vivid details in the report highlighted the urgency of addressing climate change. Penetrate. Pass into or through something. The virus managed to penetrate the community despite preventative measures. Advanced imaging technology can now penetrate deep layers of the human body. Advanced technology can penetrate deep layers of the earth for resource extraction. Convincing. Persuasive and making others believe. To persuade policymakers, you need a convincing and evidence-backed strategy. The report offered a convincing argument for reducing carbon emissions globally. A convincing explanation of the study's results was presented in the final chapter. Automation. Use of machines instead of humans. Automation technology is expected to significantly impact job markets worldwide. Automation has significantly reduced the need for manual labor in manufacturing. Companies must adapt to rapid advancements in automation or risk obsolescence. Vigilant. Watchful, alert, and attentive to danger. Citizens must remain vigilant to protect their communities from emerging threats. The public must remain vigilant in safeguarding personal privacy against cyber threats. To ensure safety, employees must remain vigilant against potential workplace hazards. Utilize. Make use of something effectively. To improve outcomes, we must utilize every available method to solve the issue. Schools should utilize digital tools to enhance student engagement in classrooms. Professionals utilize their expertise to solve complex problems in various industries. Fiction. Imaginary or made-up literature or story. Literature often distinguishes between fact and fiction to portray realistic narratives. Historical fiction blends real events with imaginative storytelling to educate readers. Science fiction narratives frequently predict future trends in science and technology. Hierarchy. A ranked system of authority levels. Social hierarchy often dictates the power dynamics within a community or country. A rigid social hierarchy can impede social mobility and discourage innovation efforts. The hierarchy within the legal system ensures the fair application of laws and justice. Volatile. Unstable, unpredictable, or easily changing. Water temperatures in tropical oceans can be highly volatile, affecting marine life. The volatile nature of the economy requires adaptive strategies from policymakers. Volatile situations demand quick responses to prevent further escalation or damage. Undertake. Commit to and begin something. It is essential to undertake a comprehensive analysis before making policy changes. The university will undertake a study on the impact of climate change on agriculture. Scientists undertake numerous trials to validate their innovative medical treatments. Framework. A basic structure supporting something larger. A robust economic framework is crucial for ensuring long-term stability and growth. The legislative framework needs to adapt to new challenges in the digital economy. A strong framework for innovation can help companies stay competitive in markets. Ascent. A climb or rise to a higher position. The economic ascent of developing countries has reshaped global trade dynamics. The ascent to leadership requires a combination of skills, vision, and determination. Ascent to the summit of the mountain demanded endurance and strategic planning. Withstand. Resist or endure without being harmed. Modern buildings are designed to withstand minor earthquakes and strong winds. Effective policies should withstand political changes and continue to benefit citizens. This technology can withstand cyber attacks, ensuring data security in digital systems. Collapse. Fall apart, break down, or fail. The collapse of the bridge disrupted transportation and caused significant delays. The economic system began to collapse as a result of unsustainable fiscal policies. Political instability can cause governments to collapse, leading to uncertain futures. Incorporate. Include as part of a whole. The government plans to incorporate renewable energy into national power grids. Businesses incorporate ethical practices to build consumer trust and brand loyalty. The school plans to incorporate digital learning tools into the traditional curriculum. Mechanism. A system or process working together. The regulatory mechanism ensures fair competition within free market economies. Legal mechanisms must be in place to enforce international human rights standards. The brain's reward mechanism plays a significant role in decision-making processes. Wit. Mental sharpness and clever humor. Social interactions often rely on wit to convey complex ideas in a light-hearted way. His wit and humor made the presentation engaging and kept the audience interested. Wit can be an effective tool for engaging readers without detracting from the content. Eliminate. Remove, get rid of, or defeat. We must eliminate the root causes of inequality to ensure long-term social stability. To improve healthcare, nations must eliminate systemic inequalities and inefficiencies. The goal is to eliminate gender discrimination in the workplace through policy reforms. Already. Happened or existed before now. Scientists have already concluded that climate change poses serious global threats. Policymakers have already recognized the urgency of addressing income inequality. Research has already shown that exercise contributes positively to mental well-being. Legitimate. Lawful, valid, or accepted as real. It is essential to have a legitimate reason for requesting a refund from companies. Every student has a legitimate right to voice concerns regarding academic standards. The businessman's actions were questioned, due to the legitimacy of his transactions. Widespread. Common and occurring over large areas. Technology adoption has become widespread, across different sectors of society. Automation has caused widespread changes in traditional employment structures. Widespread poverty remains a major challenge in many developing countries today. Endeavor. A serious effort or determined attempt. She undertook the endeavor to promote sustainable farming practices in rural areas. Every academic endeavor should aim to contribute positively to societal development. Scientific endeavor has led to numerous groundbreaking discoveries over the decades. Cutting edge. Highly advanced or innovative technology. Startups are increasingly relying on cutting-edge solutions to outpace competitors. The use of cutting-edge tools in construction ensures greater efficiency and safety. Universities offer cutting-edge programs to prepare students for global job markets. Malicious. Intending to cause harm or damage. Malicious intent in political campaigns can harm democratic processes significantly. Malicious behavior in the workplace can lead to toxic environments and low morale. Social media platforms are often used for malicious purposes, such as cyberbullying. Xenophobia. Fear or hatred of foreigners. Xenophobia often results from misunderstandings and fear of unfamiliar cultures. Education can play a significant role in reducing xenophobia among young people. Addressing xenophobia is crucial for building a more harmonious global community. Eradicate. Completely remove or destroy something. Vaccination campaigns aim to eradicate deadly diseases like polio and malaria. Environmental policies aim to eradicate the use of harmful pollutants in industry. Scientists are working diligently to eradicate invasive species from natural habitats. Momentum. Force gained by movement or progress. She gained momentum after winning several awards in international competitions. Renewable energy projects are gaining momentum due to environmental concerns. Social movements gain momentum through widespread public support and activism. Hinterland. Remote, less developed area beyond cities. The city's hinterland offers a quiet retreat for those seeking relief from urban life. The hinterland areas of the country are underdeveloped compared to major cities. Farmers in the hinterland rely on local markets for the distribution of their produce. Aviary. Large enclosure for keeping birds safe. Visitors to the aviary learn about bird conservation efforts and their significance. They created an aviary to protect endangered species from predators in the wild. Many birdwatchers prefer visiting aviaries to observe a variety of species firsthand. Obituary. Death announcement with biography details. The obituary was a heartfelt tribute to his life and memorable accomplishments. The obituary of the famous actor captured the essence of their successful career. Some obituaries include details about funeral arrangements and memorial services. Accordingly, in a way that fits the circumstances. The team adjusted their strategy accordingly after receiving updated market data. Students should plan their study schedules accordingly to avoid last-minute stress. Environmental policies are often shaped by scientific research findings accordingly. Augment. Increase or enhance in size and value. Using renewable energy sources will help augment sustainability efforts globally. Training programs aim to augment the skill sets of employees in various sectors. The company plans to augment its services with advanced technological solutions. Supervise. To oversee and direct activities or work. Managers are expected to supervise their teams to ensure productivity and morale. Supervision of construction projects is essential to meet safety and quality standards. Parents should supervise children's internet use to protect them from online dangers. Kinesthetic. Related to movement or physical activity. The kinesthetic approach to teaching encourages students to engage physically. Activities like dancing or building models cater to kinesthetic learners effectively. Kinesthetic learning helps students to retain information by engaging their bodies. Aborigine. Indigenous people native to a region. Aboriginal cultures have rich traditions that have shaped their community identity. Aborigines have rich cultural traditions that have shaped their society for centuries. Aboriginal languages are endangered, and efforts must be made to preserve them. Inhibit. Restrain, hinder, or slow down progress. Excessive bureaucracy can inhibit the growth and development of small businesses. Fear of failure can inhibit students from taking risks or engaging in challenging tasks. Inadequate training can inhibit employees from reaching their full potential at work. Cognitive. Related to thinking, reasoning, or understanding. Cognitive development in early childhood is crucial for future academic success. Research shows that exercise can have positive effects on cognitive performance. Cognitive science studies how the brain processes information and makes decisions. Genetics. Study of heredity and inherited traits. Genetics plays a crucial role in determining an individual's physical characteristics. The field of genetics has revolutionized our understanding of heredity and diseases. Genetics can provide insights into how certain traits are passed through generations. Outstanding. Exceptionally good, remarkable, or noticeable. An outstanding work ethic is often the key to achieving long-term career success. The chef's outstanding culinary skills have earned the restaurant numerous awards. Outstanding leadership can inspire a team to overcome obstacles and achieve goals. Hypothesis. Educated guess or proposed scientific explanation. A strong hypothesis forms the foundation of any scientific investigation or study. The scientist developed a hypothesis to explain the unusual behavior of the species. The hypothesis that climate change is affecting migration patterns is widely debated. Lion's share. Largest portion or majority of something. The lion's share of responsibility falls on the manager to ensure project success. Despite contributing significantly, she received only the lion's share of the credit. The lion's share of the company's earnings is invested in research and development. Eventually. Happening after some time or delay. Eventually, the team completed the project, despite facing numerous challenges. She eventually overcame her challenges and graduated with top honors in college. The patient eventually recovered fully after undergoing extensive medical treatment. Hallucination. Imaginary perception without actual stimulus. Hallucinations can significantly impact an individual's mental health and well-being. Drug use is a common cause of visual and auditory hallucinations in some individuals. Hallucinations can be a symptom of severe mental health disorders like schizophrenia. Confine. Restrict within limits or specific areas. Lockdowns during the pandemic confined people to their homes for safety reasons. The law does not confine freedom of speech, but encourages responsible expression. The virus outbreak confined the workers to their homes during the lockdown period. Supreme. Highest rank, authority, or importance. The athlete achieved supreme performance, breaking the world record in athletics. The Supreme Court's ruling set a precedent for future legal decisions in the country. The company strives to provide supreme customer service to maintain brand loyalty. Abandoned. Left behind, deserted, or given up. Many species have abandoned their natural habitats because of human activities. The abandoned project left the community members wondering about its future. He abandoned his old habits after realizing the importance of a healthier lifestyle. Manipulate. Control or influence skillfully or unfairly. Politicians can manipulate public opinion through strategic use of media outlets. Children are vulnerable to being manipulated by online influencers in harmful ways. Some people manipulate situations to gain personal advantages or benefits unfairly. Procedure. A step-by-step method for doing something. The standard procedure for filing taxes requires detailed financial documentation. The medical procedure was carefully explained to the patient before the operation. The research team followed a strict procedure to ensure valid experimental results. Execute. Carry out, perform, or complete successfully. The government must execute plans to reduce poverty in urban areas effectively. You must execute the agreement according to the specified terms and conditions. They need to execute the strategy to enhance the company's competitive position. Tedious. Boring, repetitive, or excessively time-consuming. Some academic assignments may appear tedious, but are necessary for learning. Some tasks, although necessary, can become tedious without proper motivation. The project was delayed due to the tedious approval process in the organization. Metacognition. Thinking about one's own thought process. Metacognition encourages individuals to evaluate their problem-solving strategies. Metacognition plays a vital role in self-regulating one's learning and understanding. By practicing metacognition, individuals can enhance their ability to make decisions. Consecutive. Following continuously in a specific sequence. The company experienced 3 consecutive years of rapid growth and expansion. She attended consecutive meetings throughout the day to discuss project updates. The data reveals a consecutive increase in global temperatures over the past decade. Wavelength. Distance between waves, often in physics. Scientists use wavelengths to measure radiation and energy in space research. To collaborate effectively, team members need to be on the same wavelength. The teacher's teaching style didn't align with the student's learning wavelength. Allocate. Distribute resources or assign specific tasks. The project manager will allocate tasks to each team member based on expertise. They allocated specific tasks to each team member to ensure the project's success. Companies should allocate sufficient time for employee training and development. Ambiguous. Unclear, having multiple possible interpretations. Ambiguous language in contracts can lead to misunderstandings and legal issues. Ambiguous policies often confuse the public and hinder efficient decision-making. The teacher's ambiguous explanation left students unclear about the assignment. Nostalgia. Sentimental longing for past experiences. Nostalgia plays a significant role in shaping cultural identity and collective memory. People often feel nostalgia when reconnecting with old friends or family members. Nostalgia can provide comfort during challenging times, offering emotional support. Anarchy. Absence of government, law, or order. During the revolution, the government's collapse resulted in a period of anarchy. Anarchy can create uncertainty, making people feel unsafe in their communities. In times of anarchy, survival instincts often outweigh cooperation and social order. Rather than. Instead of or in preference to. The company chose to invest in renewable energy rather than traditional sources. Rather than prioritizing profit, companies should focus on sustainability and ethics. Rather than wasting time, students should focus on productive academic activities. Metaphorical. Figurative, not literal, expressing deeper meaning. Her metaphorical description of love as a journey resonated with the audience. Metaphorical thinking often encourages creative solutions to challenging problems. In his speech, he used metaphorical language to emphasize the importance of hope. Conceal. Hide or keep something from view. The thick fog seemed to conceal the mountain, making it impossible to see clearly. The suspect attempted to conceal the evidence, but the police quickly discovered it. The doctor concealed the patient's diagnosis to avoid unnecessary distress or panic. Navigate. Find direction or move through difficulties. She learned to navigate the competitive job market after completing her degree. The ability to navigate the digital landscape is crucial for modern communication. Businesses must navigate economic fluctuations to stay competitive in the market. Disclose. Reveal or make information publicly known. She chose to disclose the results of the experiment to her colleagues immediately. The government decided to disclose financial information to promote transparency. Companies must disclose their financial earnings to meet regulatory requirements. Apiculture. Science of beekeeping for honey production. Apiculture can provide income through honey production and beekeeping services. Environmental changes are impacting apiculture, causing difficulties for beekeepers. Many farmers have taken up apiculture to enhance crop pollination and productivity. Autocracy. Government controlled by one absolute ruler. The autocracy led to widespread protests demanding more democratic reforms. The country's shift to autocracy resulted in a significant loss of personal freedoms. The move toward autocracy was seen as a threat to the nation's democratic values. Undoubtedly. Without any doubt or uncertainty. Undoubtedly, technological advancements have reshaped the workforce globally. Undoubtedly, social media has changed the way people communicate and interact. Undoubtedly, modern medicine has significantly improved life expectancy worldwide. Initiative. The first step taken to start something. The initiative to plant trees in urban areas has received widespread public support. She demonstrated leadership by taking the initiative in organizing the charity event. The government launched an initiative to reduce carbon emissions across industries. Inference. Logical conclusion based on given information. From the available data, we can make the inference that the project will succeed. His inference was incorrect because he misunderstood the data presented in class. Logical inference requires careful analysis of facts, rather than baseless assumptions. Immigrant. Person moving permanently to another country. The immigrant struggled to adapt to the cultural differences in his workplace. An immigrant must often overcome language barriers to integrate into society. The immigrant population in the city has grown significantly over the past decade. Summon. Call upon someone to appear formally. The judge decided to summon the witness to provide additional testimony in court. The teacher had to summon the student's parents due to his repeated misbehavior. The president decided to summon the ambassadors for an emergency consultation. Nocturnal. Active at night, sleep during daytime. Nocturnal predators rely on heightened senses to locate prey in the darkness. The city's nightlife attracts nocturnal individuals who enjoy socializing after dark. The scientist conducted a study on the behavior of nocturnal animals in the forest. Honorary. Given as an honor without duty. The author was given an honorary award for his influence on modern literature. He was awarded an honorary degree for his outstanding contributions to science. The professor was appointed as an honorary member of the research committee. Optimism. Positive outlook, expecting good outcomes. A balanced approach between optimism and realism is crucial for decision-making. The economy's recovery has been fueled by widespread optimism among investors. The project's success was partly due to the team's unwavering optimism throughout. Illuminate. Light up or make something clear. His explanation helped to illuminate the complexities of global climate change. Modern technology can illuminate issues that were previously hidden from view. History can illuminate the impact of past events on modern society's development. Vague. Unclear, uncertain, or lacking specific details. Her vague recollection of the event made it impossible to determine the truth. His vague answer left many questions unanswered during the interview session. They made vague promises about improving the situation, without offering specifics. Besides, in addition to or apart from. Besides physical health, mental well-being plays a crucial role in overall happiness. Besides the challenges, the experience provided valuable insights into the industry. Besides offering better job opportunities, education also enhances personal growth. Outbreak. Sudden occurrence of disease or violence. Health authorities are working together to contain the outbreak of the disease. An outbreak of food poisoning led to a series of hospitalizations across the area. The outbreak of violence in the region has displaced thousands of innocent civilians. Mammals. Warm-blooded animals with hair and milk. The diversity of mammals around the world is astonishing and deserves protection. Mammals occupy diverse habitats, from the deep oceans to the highest mountains. Mammals evolved from reptilian ancestors over millions of years of natural selection. Incredible. Hard to believe, extraordinary, or amazing. The documentary provided incredible insights into the behavior of wild animals. His incredible talent for solving complex problems made him an asset to the team. The incredible success of the startup was attributed to its innovative business model. Overwhelm. Overcome with emotion, force, or stress. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by the demands of modern life and technology. The amount of work required for the project completely overwhelmed the team. The overwhelming evidence presented in court led to the defendant's conviction. Confront. Face or challenge a difficult situation. The leaders must confront the issue of climate change in their upcoming summit. The activists confronted the government with evidence of human rights violations. The patient had to confront the reality of their diagnosis and the treatment options. Evolution. Gradual development or change over time. The theory of evolution explains how species adapt and change over generations. Fossils are evidence that supports the theory of evolution and species adaptation. The gradual evolution of technology has significantly impacted the global economy. Vigilant. watchful, alert, and aware of the danger. Workers should remain vigilant in following safety protocols to avoid accidents. The police remained vigilant for any signs of criminal activity in the neighborhood. Vigilant efforts are necessary to safeguard the integrity of democratic institutions. Reinforce. Strengthen, support, or make more effective. The media can reinforce stereotypes, influencing public perception in harmful ways. Teachers should reinforce positive behavior by offering rewards and praise regularly. Workshops were organized to reinforce the importance of mental health awareness. Retrieve. Get back something lost or taken. People can retrieve memories from their past, although some may be distorted. The system allows users to retrieve documents from the cloud storage efficiently. The archaeologists retrieved ancient artifacts from the excavation site for analysis. Obsolete. No longer used, outdated, or irrelevant. Paper maps have become obsolete with the advent of digital navigation systems. The old factory machinery is now obsolete and needs to be replaced immediately. Obsolete machinery often requires replacement to maintain efficiency in factories. Framework. The basic structure supporting a larger system. A strong ethical framework is necessary for making sound business decisions. The social framework of society influences how individuals interact and behave. A flexible framework allows organizations to adapt to changing market conditions. Thereafter. After that time or following an event. She graduated in 2015 and thereafter began her career as a software engineer. Thereafter, the team continued to innovate and achieve significant milestones. He moved to London after graduation and, thereafter, started working in finance.